What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi warrior clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi warrior clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
Tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all, y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really, like you, bro, you cool, not a coincidence. I actually chop it up, but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro, but we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. You know what I mean? Put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't need these. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You good? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, my brother? What's the champ?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not gonna get nowhere lying because that's what's gonna make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African, so don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard it. If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over there, right?
Sutek want to debate. So this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you, and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't
It's no problem. It's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that from you, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's how it's going. I love to tell tell it ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. I'll pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We'll make it work. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get in other
Hey,
channels.
alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there, nigga. Stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me and I don't be
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother. And
World the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking you, John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like,
Peace to everybody in the chat. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. I appreciate everybody tapping into the show. Those of you who will catch the replay, and those of you who will comment during the live stream or in the comment section after this bill. Please like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. We're getting directly into it. I didn't play the other intro just because there's no real reason why. Before we get started, and this is my introduction. The reason it brings us here is because it was brought to me that it was brought to my attention that there was some guy that just kind of catapulted himself among the Abo community, not to the top, but among the ranks, right below them. Some new guy, it's a light-skinned guy with freckles everywhere. His name is Mike TV. Never watched his show, never seen any of his content. I only seen one piece, and that is the piece that we're going to discuss today. But I did, on a previous show, go to his channel and scroll up and down his shows, his live shows, and see what type of content or things that he likes to talk about. He is heavily involved in attacking Umar and Tariq Nasheed, of course. That's typical banter from some people. But what I did notice that 90% of his content, maybe 95% of his content has African in the title, and it is disrespectful. It's always something derogatory. Some people said that he was pressed upon why he was titling things that way. And it was stated that he had to start the conversation, so it had to come from somewhere, and that's what got him going in that direction. But then there's other people that says he throws shots at people, and he's very anti-African in this approach. And if you paid attention to the chat, which I think that I may have made it live for the viewing afterwards. If not, I need to go and handle that business. Hold on one second. But he does things intentionally. I think a lot of this is with the intent to not only grow his channel and his subscribers, But when you're fighting against a community of people that don't want to claim their African identity, then that's one of the easiest ways to come up. Look at Smoke Signal. Smoke Signal had 6 subscribers. Smoke Signal has over 600 subscribers, and he gets false likes, views, and all these other things on his channel because he's paying a bot. But more importantly, he's just stupid. But he's able to grow now. So he had a guy on the channel. I'll go ahead and say it. He had a guy on the channel last night. Not a coincidence, and I popped up. When not a coincidence, he was up there longer than I was. But when I got up there, the guy was talking some weird stuff. He's having a conversation with another dude. Now, mind you, the whole entire panel is full of black people on the panel. And this guy, he's a Dwight guy, and but he was disrespectful. He started trying to disrespect Africa, and that kind of drives the poll. Smoke Signal just let the dude talk crazy. I'm gonna get back to Mike in a minute, but it was disrespectful. And no matter the type of arguments that we're in with these pretendians or these internet Indians, these Wabos, there's no way that I'm letting a dude come on the platform and introduce having sex with your sisters and brothers, male to male fellatio type stuff, and insinuating and asking all these weird questions. And I'm not having that dude on the panel. But for some kind of reason, Smoke Signal allowed that. I snapped on the guy. And I wasn't going for it. And I don't care what kind of differences that I have with the Wabos. I ain't finna let this dude try to dominate the conversation. Smoke Signal was up for it because he had some of his viewers over there, and he had some of, you know what I mean, he was getting that. And then he started kicking that anti-African stuff and saying the African this, that, and the third. But I really wanted to show dude that this tribe of people that he's talking about with this particular ritual that he's referring to about them being that particular way, that are off the coast on an island that is heavily admixed with European genetics in there, a little sprinkle of African in them people. And you know what I'm saying? I really wanted to give him the business on that, but I wanted to take a step back from that and not go there and just cuss him out. But yeah, man. So I'm not trying to make Smoke Signal grow or be bigger than what he is or whatever he's going to do. He has no information. His show is a gossip channel or just another talk show. You know what I'm saying? And among the abos, they don't have anything to bring forth to anything. And he makes illegitimate statements and things of that nature. If you missed the video upload, I probably might just upload the part that shows that Smoke Signal's great grandmother, who was Maddie Young, her parents were owned by Lucy Hawkins. Maddie was too young to be a slave at this time, but her parents were owned by Lucy Hawkins, who was a pure Native American. She's a Chickasaw. And then when you go and check on Maddie's father and Maddie's mother, they both say enslaved. They also show up on census records as enslaved or slaves. And even on the dolls roll that they're on, if you didn't see that in the video, the document also says who the slave owner, right? So it had a list of the slaves, and then it says slave owner over on the right hand side. They got Lucy Hawkins. Then someone in Lucy Hawkins' family tracing and tracking down their history. That wordplay that I have in there that's like 52 seconds long, if you're watching that video, That comes from the research on Lucy Hawkins' family, from Lucy Hawkins' family. So that's the words of this lady's family, right? Being uprooted from Mississippi due to the Indian Removal Act, you know, forced to Oklahoma. Her and her slaves, they go to Oklahoma. When you listen to Smoke Signal tell his story, he starts in Mississippi. He don't just get directly to Memphis. He starts in Mississippi. Then it goes to Oklahoma. Then them people, they end up, you know what I'm saying, some of them coming back and going that way. He was of African ancestry all day long, and he was denying that. So they have a complex. We're going to see some of that today, but it's the gift of gab or something. Maybe I should start lining you mofos, and we can build this channel up beyond that and have no integrity or decency within ourselves to just grow our audience base and steal money from people. I mean, y'all paying good. The lie pay real good around here in this community. All I got to do is lie to y'all, and you know what I'm saying? There'd be 200 people in here listening to me lie, and then a small amount of people mad at me about the lies that I tell y'all, and then my cash app will be flooded every show. I wake up every morning and do a show before I go to work just to get the cash apps for lying to y'all. That's what it seemed to be, and that's what it seemed like it's consistently being. And people getting taken advantage of and not even knowing that. But please, if you're joining us right now, I was talking about Mike TV. I diverted to a Smoke Signal because I needed to say that. But back to Mike TV. I don't know the guy. Never had a conversation with a guy. I did make a community post. He never responded to the tag, probably ignoring the actual tag. I don't go on a channel. I will not go on a channel. I am not subscribed, and I don't care nothing about what he's talking about. If he want to pull up and have a conversation, he can do that. If he want to have a debate, he can do that, right? I feel like the debate that he had and his opponent being Cali Enigma, I think Cali let some things get away, and I think that you're going to see this in this debate. The significance of paying attention to the sources that are being used. Now, don't get distracted by anything that you hear, or even by me. Allow yourself an opportunity to fully understand that, guess what? The sources are in the description. So what Mike TV showed in the debate and what we're going to review in and around, I have the sources in the description. Mind you, I had to dig and dig, not too much, because it was really only 3 sources. But there was a lot of banter and there was a lot of cherry picking. And I'm going to show you today why these fools are liars. So again, I appreciate everybody tapping in. Please like the show, share the show, and let's get the party started. Before I share my screen, please share the show. There's going to be some people walking here late. They ain't going to know what's going on. If you're unable to hear me, put something in the chat. I will be monitoring the chat via my phone. And we're going to make this a good, exciting build. I know it's the afternoon time. Y'all are working. All right, okay, whatever. Cool. We're going to get it in. But I'm trying to stall out because I know there's going to be some people that show up. And it should be a lot more people in here. But apparently, people don't like the truth. Even people that just subscribe to the channel for the Africanness of the channel and maybe catch a replay or things of that nature, still, their biases won't allow them to consume the truth, right? Because they uphold to a certain belief. And none of my TV people gonna show up, I don't think. And that's okay too. All right. So this is the channel right here. Khazarian Empire. Go subscribe. Go support the brother. As you can see, we have Sister Juju. She in the building. Shy One in the building. Gullah in the building. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who else. Ramon is in the building. Was in the building for this. And then there are some others that you may see show up in the chat over here. So I want to start this debate. I don't want to get into this whole introduction back and forth thing that goes around. I don't want to talk about no fucking lizards and DNA. We've already dealt with that, and people have already dealt and did that. I don't want to get into Rick Kittles. We're familiar with that.
From a biased source, someone collaborating with Amen Ra Media. We got some Pan-African doctor trying to tell us that all of us come from Africa.
First of all, Dr. Rick Kittles is a population geneticist. He is a geneticist. He has a PhD. He is an expert in the field in which he is discussing, right? He is not, quote unquote, Pan-African. He is telling the truth. Okay? We can deal with this pseudo-ass picture right here, but that ain't even the gist of why I'm even here. I'm not dealing with memes. I don't know why in the middle of a debate between two people, someone pulls up a meme and tries to use that.
And there's zero evidence that we were here before the transatlantic.
Go into because it's so long, but it's really
It's
interesting.
an image.
It
is in the video. There we go. That's one of them. So I find it interesting that instead of asserting his claims, he plays a video from a biased source, someone collaborating with Amen Ra Media. We got some Pan-African doctor trying to tell us that all of us come from Africa, and there's zero evidence that we were here before the transatlantic slave trade. But we've got Spanish explorers as early as the 1600s. These are all the paintings that they painted depicting the indigenous Americans. This book was the accurate description of the New World in 1671. It's in the Library of Congress. Can you move to the next photo, please? Next photo, please.
Now remember, the title of the debate is on the screen. Are Black Americans Native Indians or descendants of enslaved Africans? Now remember, I already put this picture right here, this picture image of this allegorical figure is already on the community page. So for anyone interested in the information regarding the source for that, it'll tell you in the source. This is actually in the British Museum. You'll see it, but they're telling you it's an improper description. All right.
There we go. Here's yet another image of what European explorers said that they initially saw when they came to North America before Columbus. Because Columbus wasn't the first one to come over. It was the Spanish, the Spaniards. Now,
pause. So real quick, right here in this round, when he's talking about this particular picture, y'all just heard what he said. I'm going to go back and play it again, just so you're aware of what he insinuated.
Next photo, please. There we go. Here's yet another image of what European explorers said that they initially saw when they came to North America before Columbus. Because Columbus wasn't the first one to come over. It was the Spanish, the Spaniards. Now, can you go to the PDF that says Native Docs?
All right. So before he gets into his argument, you heard what he just said about the Spaniards. He said that it wasn't Columbus. It was the Spaniards. So he can't get around Wikipedia. And this is basically what I mean by some of these guys. Now, I know that I'm going to have to reshare so you can hear the audio. That's fine. Don't worry about it. But I just want to kind of I want to give clarity to something real quick. The Spanish colonization of the Americas began in 1493 on the Caribbean island of Hispaniola. After the initial voyage of 1492, right? Genos Marina and Christopher Columbus. Okay, so just so people are a mariner for Christopher Columbus. I'm sorry. So just so you know, the Spanish, they ain't here. They tell you that themselves. If you don't believe me, right? That's okay. Just go look at the Spanish records. Find you a chronicler who writes about their voyage to the New World that predates Columbus's writings. You made a claim, support it. You can't get around a wiki post. And that's bad. That's bad because you asserted that, you know what I'm saying, that these, the Spanish beat the Italians. Now, you would make a better argument if you talked about Leif Erikson. But this ain't the same place. Because Leif gets to the Americas quite earlier than everybody else, absolutely. But he ain't going nowhere near past Canada, over there where he was at. Newfoundland, Canada. And he wasn't there too long because he got bored and left. They don't even expand on anything like that because it really wasn't it wasn't no big deal type of a thing. And the route that he actually took, it was shorter in the whole 9 yards. But I wanted to give that to you because you need to know that. And even when we look at the primary sources from the Aztec, the Mayas, and the Incas, they don't talk about meeting the Spanish or anyone else until the 1500s. And you can see from this image right here in the very beginning, attack of the Spanish on the Mexican town of Nochlan, 1541. In Diego Munez Camargo, History de Tlaxcala, or however you say that. Thomas will correct me. And this document right here is a primary, 11-page document. It's a primary that provides intel. It's in one of the codexes that provides intel of their encounter with people that they were unfamiliar with, period, point blank. And people lying and saying that, look, they painted, they black people and yada, 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 yada. Man, you don't see that. Y'all boys crazy. So I wanted to kind of lay those few things down first before we moved ahead. These sources should also be available for you in the description. What up, Turtle Gang? What's up, Yvonne? Dumbo was good. So let's go back to, let me see. Let me see if it say anything about audio. Let me know if y'all can hear the audio.
Oh, yeah. Nope.
Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can still hear the audio if I need to reshare. I know there's a delay, but I want to make sure that I don't need to unshare, reshare. It says my audio is still up. All right, cool. Let's go. So we are about to get into, this is his round, and this is what we're critiquing. I already put a poll up, and I know it's a certain amount of people watching the video. So the goal is we're going to listen to this, and along the way, we're going to review his information so that you can make a qualified vote. Now, I know it's some people that's already voted, and they may have already watched the debate. But maybe after you review the sources and you can come to an honest conclusion, will your vote be different if you've already voted?
It's a slide. Nope, it's a it says native docs PDF on the back end. Not that one. Yep, that one. Perfect. So the Pan Goofy that he played a video of said there's no evidence.
All right. So immediately, the first thing that this brother does is he comes out the side of his face and he says, the Pan Goofy. You see the disrespect. You're in the middle of a debate and you're using ad hominems to incite or to disrespect a person versus making your argument to the audience tuned in to hear and see and witness and learn. So this is a mistake that he makes early in his debate. And it's just for people out there that might not know what's going on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please listen to him read his, and guess what? You're welcome, because I provide you the entire book from where this comes from, which he doesn't tell you, and he ain't even got slides. He ain't even got corrected slides for an actual debate to actually go through. So it's, but I don't want to be too particular. I'm gonna say like a stickler in that manner. This is what he got. Okay, whatever. Shit's fucked up, but whatever.
Of black people here before the transatlantic slave trade. Let's go ahead and read some books that are over 100 years old. It says,
he said we're gonna read some books that's over 100 years old. Remember that.
The coast of California, and this book is called The Voyage of Discovery, South Sea and Bering Straits. In the 18th century, this was written. The coast of California is inhabited by so many tribes. There are frequently in the mission Indians of more than 10 different races, each of which have its own language. As we were leaving the mission, we were surprised by two groups of Indians, which were also composed of different nations. They came in military array, that is, quite naked, and painted with gay colors. The heads, the most, were adorned with feathers and other finery. Some of them, however, had their long, disordered hair covered with down, and their faces dubbed in the most frightful manner. There is nothing remarkable in the war dance, and I only regret it that I did not understand the words of their song. The physiognomy of these Indians is ugly, stupid, and savage. Otherwise, they were well-formed, tolerably tall, and of a dark brown complexion. Let's keep reading.
All right, pause. So here's the problem. He gives you a source, and then he gets off that source. He gives you the title, though. So let's go look at his source. It says the coast of California. Hold on. I can do this while y'all right here. All right, so y'all should be able to see this. You should be able to see my screen, right? So hold on, let me go back because I think I scrolled. You know what? I threw my little notes away. All right, hold on a second. Golly, boy. All right, so here we go. What page was this? 306. That's right. Yep. I don't even know how I got all the way back up to. So real quick, just for I'm gonna come back to 306. I want to show y'all the cover of the book. So this is the book. As you can see, a voyage of discovery into the South Sea and Bering Strait. He said he reading from a book that's over hundreds of years old. He touted that like that was a big deal. All right, so I skipped it. My bad. I was scrolling too fast. There you go. I don't know why this mom moving slow, bro. But I want to show y'all the. Well, you see the. Can y'all see it on the screen? Y'all see the title of the book? Let me know if y'all can see the title. It's right here. If y'all can see the title, I can move on. I just pretty much wanted to put it on screen for y'all so you can see the title. All right, cool. All right, so let's get into it. So let me blow this up so where y'all can actually see it. Now, there's two problems with what he did with his first source. The first problem, right, is he just like he, what you call it, screenshot a certain part of it, and he didn't give us any context. But in the source that he uses, there was something very significantly stated. One, he didn't listen to his source. The first one was a screenshot. The second one is he didn't what his source was saying. So what I'm going to do for y'all is something very simple. Okay. Now in the PDF version is page 306. If you went into the description to get this book, you would just go to 306 because it ain't 262 like it says. Okay. Now remember, he is arguing that Black people are Native Americans. He is of the belief that Black people in America are of Native Americans. Okay. So I went up a little bit in this source to 305 because I wanted to start somewhere. But if you're looking at what I was scrolling at, you're going to understand something. So I'm going to read from right here. The custom of the Indians is faithfully represented in the drawings made by M. Corris. This being a holiday, Indians did no work but divided into groups, amused themselves with various pastimes, one of which requires particularly dexterity, or however you say that word, dexterity, to sit on the ground opposite each other, holding in their hands a number of thin sticks, and these being thrown up at the same time with great rapidity. They immediately guess whether the number is odd or even. At the side of each player of the players, a person sits who scores the gain and loss, as they always play for something, and yet possess nothing but their clothing, which they are not allowed to stake. They employed much pains and skills on little white shells, which serve instead of money. So here's what he read. The coast of California is inhabited by so many tribes that there are frequently in the mission Indians of more than 10 different races, each of which has its own language. As we were leaving the mission, we were surprised by two groups of Indians, which were also composed of different nations. They came in military array, that is, quite naked and painted with gay colors. So these Indians that they encounter show up painted in some weird colors. The heads of the most were adorned with feathers and the other finery. Some of them, however, had their long, disordered hair covered down and their faces daubed in the most frightful manner. There is nothing remarkable in their war dance, and I only regretted that I did not understand the words of their song. The physiognomy of these Indians is ugly, stupid, and savage. Otherwise, they are all well formed, tolerably tall, and of a dark brown complexion. The women are short, very ugly. They have much, listen to this, because you're going to hear this. They have much of the Negro in their countenance. Only that a Negro head may be called handsome in comparison with theirs. So there is a comparison, ladies and gentlemen, between the Negro and the Indian. They are principally distinguished from the Negroes by their very long, smooth, and coiled black hair. The missionaries assured us that it was difficult to instruct them on account of their stupidity. But I believe that these gentlemen do not give themselves much trouble about it. They told us that Indians came far from the interior of the country and voluntarily submitted to them, which we likewise doubted. That their instruction in religion immediately commenced and that they were baptized sooner or later according to their abilities. California is a great expense to the Spanish government, which derives no other advantage from it than that every year a couple of hundred heathens are converted to Christianity, who, however, die very soon in their new faith, as they cannot accustom themselves to different mode of life. Twice in a year, they receive permission to return to their native homes. This short time is the happiest period of their existence, and I myself have seen them going home in crowds with loud rejoices. The sick who cannot undertake the journey at least accompany happy countrymen to the shore where they embark and there sit for days together, mournfully gazing on the distant summits of the mountains which surround their homes. They often sit in this situation for several days without taking any food. So much does the sight of their lost home affect these new Christians. So let me pause real quick and let me go back to the video. Let me make sure that y'all can hear the audio. Nope, lost audio connection. All right, so let's go back to him again. He is arguing. He is on the side that Black Americans are Native Americans. He say we don't come from Africa. That's what he's arguing. His source has to make the determination. But what he gives us is an account that makes a comparison, a descriptive comparison between the Negro and the Indian.
Voyage of Discovery, South Sea, and Bering Straits. In the 18th century, this was written. The coast of California is inhabited by so many tribes. There are frequently in the mission Indians of more than 10 different races, each of which have its own language. As we were leaving the mission, we were surprised by two groups of Indians, which...
I want to pause real quick because there was something that he just said. He said that this book was written in the 18th century. Is that the same century that Christopher Columbus or any other Spanish arrived in the Americas? Anybody know the answer to that? When did, hear me out, when did they arrive in the Americas? See, y'all got to know what's being argued here. And I'm going to show y'all something. Don't get mad at me. I'm going to come back to his argument. This image that you see on your screen right now is in the same damn source that he was using against Cali in that debate. Look at these images. So for one, he's using an 18th century source is where he starts at to make his argument that Black people are Native Americans. He doesn't go beyond that, and he never provides a primary account. He goes and get a description from an 18th century author that is talking about California, ladies and gentlemen. Not the Caribbeans, not South America, not Mexico, nowhere in Central America, all the way to California in the 18th century. This account isn't 15th century, 16th century, 18th century is what he said about this book. So let me correct the page. Listen, go back to the book. I'm showing y'all. You just go back to the book. Even though we don't have to go back to the book, I just wanted to show y'all, right? I wanted to give you the lowdown that his source is from the 18th century. This ain't pre-Columbus. This ain't even around the time Columbus arrives. So there's errors in his argument right there. Whether anyone wants to admit it or not, whether you want to admit it or not, you have now come to what up, not? Yeah, you late. So you have now come to an honest conclusion that in his very first source, they got a drawing in there. It's from the 18th century. This conversation should predate the 18th century. His starting point should have been launched. Then we got a full context of his source where it gives a description of who they California and then a comparison between the Negro and the Indian. Look at the screen. I am showing the source. This is what he said he's reading from. I made it a point to let you know that, oh, you have access to the source. I made it available for download for anybody who really wanted the source. And what is so significant here is the fact that it says voyage of discovery into the South Sea and the Bering Straits, which many of the people in this community that came to be black and indigenous say that they didn't come through the Bering Straits, that they always been here. So my TV is at full. Do you understand me? Disagreement with other people on this subject matter. Full. So you've identified that he's using an 18th century source. His 18th century source gives a description, and in the description that they provided, it is of two distinct people that they said, like the Negro. So they're talking about got to be talking about complexion. Then, right, he's arguing that black people are Native Americans. This is what he gave you. So it's mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake. Let me make sure the audio is still there. Nope, lost audio. This is his first source.
Were also composed of different nations. They came in military array, that is, quite naked, and painted with gay colors. The heads, the most, were adorned with feathers and other finery. Some of them, however...
Remember, when these people met these people, they were painted in many different colors already. They called them gay colors. I don't know what that means. You know what I'm saying? So the alphabet people don't come from me. I didn't say that. He read it. It said gay colors. I don't know what gay colors are. I guess he meant loud, flamboyant. You know what I'm saying? But the people came painted like they did when they met Christopher Columbus. They came painted.
Have their long disordered hair covered with down, and their faces dubbed in the most frightful manner. There is nothing remarkable in the war dance, and I only regret it that I did not understand the words of their song. The physiognomy of these Indians is ugly, stupid, and savage. Otherwise, they were well formed, tolerably tall, and of a dark brown complexion. Let's keep reading. Though found in the Caribbean Isles by the Europeans on their first arrival in America, the Carib race is identical in outward appearance with the African Negro. Conquered and dispersed, the only remnant of the Caribs occupied a portion of the island of St. Vincent, where the whole population...
Pause. Though found in the Caribbean Isles by the Europeans on their first arrival in America, the Carib race is identical in outward appearance with the African Negro. Slow him down. Another comparison to the Negro. This how slow V-note is. Though found in the Caribbean Isles by the Europeans on their first arrival in America, the Carib race is identical in outward appearance with the African Negro. Let him finish. So I'm finna cook this dude in the chat.
Was brought by the British authorities. Damn, so they saying people even in the Caribbeans were Aboriginal, looking just like an African Negro. It says right here about noon on the third day.
Wait a minute. wait a minute. How you just gonna run past that source real quick for these people? They don't know that they don't know what you're talking about. You read that first little sentence, try to get up out of there, add a little salt on there, then get on the way. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Does the source that he just used say those exact words? In the screenshot that he had, do you think that it says the same thing? Hold on, let me go back to my Thug Thizzle. All right, so here was my problem with the source that you see on the screen. I was looking for it, and I'm like, what book is this in? Is it in the same book? Because I can't find what he's saying right here. It wasn't making no sense to me. So I was like, what is he reading from? Because it says stuff like, though found in the Carib Isles by the Europeans on their first arrival to America, I was like, that's not the same source. Because the source that he was just using was talking about California, and they were making distinctions. So I was like, where in the world could he be talking about? And I was stuck. I was like, man, I was scratching my head. I started trying to find the exact thing. And then I was like, okay, it might not say though. What else could it possibly say? What else could it possibly say? So lo and behold, I found this source. And it says this. Caribs, I'm over here on the right-hand side. Caribs, the original inhabitants of the Caribbean islands who, in consequence of domestic broils, immigrated from North America in the neighborhood of Florida to these islands and to the Guyana in South America. They often engaged in wars against the European colonists, but were almost entirely expelled from the West Indian islands in the 18th century. They were distinguished from, I think it's infamous tribes which inhabited Hispaniola and several of other islands by their fierce and warlike spirit. Their manners were barbarous and extreme, and they carried on their wars in a spirit of unrelenting cruelty. Hunting and war formed their sole employments, and their whole ingenuity was exerted to attain perfection in these pursuits. The villages in which they resided resembled a European encampment, their cabins being built of poles fixed circularly onto the point of the top and covered with the leaves of the palm tree. Their arts and manufactures displayed a degree of ingenuity scarcely to be expected among people so little removed from a state of nature as to reject all dress as I think it's super something. A substantial sort of cotton cloth was observed by Columbus in all the islands which he visited, and the natives possessed the art of swimming. Well, I think that's swimming or stunning or something, sustaining it with various colors. Though the sea delighted chiefly in red, their religion resembled that of almost all savage tribes, consisting of a belief of a deity and of a future state of rewards and punishments, together with an ample structure of fable reared upon the foundation of natural and offered to them by the hands of the magicians, sacrifices, and worship. They had also many superstitious and degrading customs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Listen to this, and you tell me if it sounds like what he got on the screen. I'm gonna put his screen. I'm gonna share the screen of this, and I want y'all to listen. Look, when you see 1796 and you hear Port Royal, etc., listen to me close. This is where it gets funny. They are identical in outward appearance with the African Negro. You see that on the screen? Yes, you do. But before that, when I was reading this source that is talking, it doesn't say anything that comes before that. Though found in the Caribbean Isles by the Europeans on their first arrivals in America, the Carib race is identical in outward appearance. The source doesn't say that. If you don't believe me, can you see my arrow? It says they believed in the influence of demons and evil spirits and offered to them by the hands of the magicians sacrifices and worship. They also, right here, look down here at the bottom, they had also many superstitious and degrading customs. They are identical in outward appearance with the African Negro. Their last remnants of this race in the West Indies was transported from St. Vincent in 1795. Let's go back to his source and see if it follows up with the Negro. It stops. It says, conquered and dispersed, the only remnant of the Caribs occupied a portion of the island of St. Vincent, which whence their whole population was brought by the British authorities in 1796. This says again, remnants of this race in the West Indies were transported from St. Vincent in 1795 to the island of Rutan on the east coast of Central America, whence they have spread over the coast of the mainland of Truxillo, I'm sorry. So again, I have tried for this source that he has on the screen, the word for word source, and I was unable to substantiate it. However, I did find that identical line of outward appearance with African Negro, because this source provides a description of the people in the Caribbean. I'm gonna come back to this source so you can see it. Caribbean Sea, the part of the Atlantic Ocean which has on the north the islands of Jamaica, San Domingo, Puerto Rico, and Virgin Islands. On the east, the Caribbean islands in South Colombian of West Guatemala. It is navigated by trading, yada, yada, yada. You really can't see it. But this is the first thing that you're going to get. All right, so can you still see that? Nope, let me stop sharing, reshare. I don't know the source. I'm honest. I don't make nothing up. I don't know the word for word source, and I typed all of this in. But hold on, let me stop. I got 2 shares up. I had to stop real quick. Let me reshare. But this is where it gets interesting, because I found that part, right? That little sentence. I found that little sentence, and then in a whole nother book, let me show y'all. Page 24, we're going to deal with 24 and 25 of this book. And page 24 and 25 of this book. In a whole nother book. It still didn't even look like this. It still didn't look like this. Trujillo shows up. It still didn't look like this. So let me make sure y'all can still see. We're going to get it in. Make sure the audio ain't lost. All right, audio ain't lost.
Where the whole population was brought by the British.
Okay, so I want to know if y'all can hear that. Put a one in the chat. We back in action. All right.
Authorities. Damn, so they saying people even in the Caribbeans were.
Okay, so again, ladies and gentlemen, this source that he is even referring to is referring to talking about is 1796. So you're still around the 18th century. Once again, this source doesn't meet the mark to predate Columbus and argue the existence of if these people, black people, are Native Americans. It never answers the question. It doesn't. So the second source does not answer the question. His only argument when showing this on the screen is called outward appearance with the African Negro.
Aboriginal looking just like an African Negro. It says right here about noon on the third day of the rest, they were.
Pause. He tried to slide this slick shit in there. Listen to him again.
Where the whole population was brought by the British authorities. Damn, so they saying people even in the Caribbeans were Aboriginal looking just like an African Negro.
They were Aboriginal looking like an African Negro. That's not what that source just said, Negro. He said they had an outward appearance similar to the African Negro. All right, so next source.
It says right here about noon on the third day of the rest, they were startled by seeing 7 canoes of Indians come out from a clump of rushes on the marshy ground nearby and paddle towards them. In the bow of the first canoe stood a leader, an Indian, as tall as the great Philistine and as black as a Negro.
Another, and I ain't even chased this source down, bro. I ain't even chased this source down for y'all. I ain't gonna cap. I ain't chased this down. Because I wanted to go back to, you know what? Hold on. I think I do have this. I think I got this. I got to go back. I think I got this. Hold on one second. Hold on, yeah. Nah. All right, so I want to go back. Let me get to this other source. He finna talk about it, but I'm gonna bring it up, and then I'm going to read. I'm gonna read exclusively this source that he getting ready to use because it's multiple pages. And I want to make sure people understand. Yeah, 20. I'm gonna shoot from 23. So now I got it lined up.
Philistine and as black as a Negro. This is another book, Philosophical and Antiquarian, Aboriginal History of America. Though America possesses some dark brown men approaching to be black, yet it has been almost universally believed that there were no Aboriginal blacks or Negroes found on this continent. But from considering the peculiar circumstances under which a black race was found in North America, I hold it more probable that the common opinion is erroneous. So he's saying that's false. There are Aboriginal blacks. He goes on.
No, he says, though America possesses some dark brown men approaching to black, yet it has been almost universally believed that there were no Aboriginal blacks or Negroes found on this continent. But from considering the peculiar circumstance under which a black race was found, a black race was found in North America, I hold it more than probable that the common opinion is erroneous. Okay, let him finish.
To say the Californians showed no manner of surprise at the sight of some Negroes that accompanied Vizcaino on his.
I just want to let y'all know that he went from the 18th century. He started in the 18th century, and now he's dealing with something that's giving us a 1600 date, and we're back to California.
Voyage. So this Spanish dude Vizcaino comes to North America with a Negro slave, and the natives aren't surprised by seeing.
Okay, so y'all hear that?
In this Negro, they actually say, they actually go on to say here that
in 1602, bro, they've been bringing Negroes since 1490. Why would they be surprised to see a Negro in 1602?
When the Negro was ordered to distribute a biscuit to the Californians at the Saint of Barnabas, the natives seemed greatly pleased at the sight of a Negro, and they signified to him that they lived in friendship and in correspondence with people of his color, and that not far from there was a Negro village. Damn. Now they try to rationalize it. This explorer tries to say,
no, don't say they try to rationalize it. Don't say that. Read the source.
Well, maybe there were some Negro slaves that were left behind on some previous voyages. He supposes that the
read the source. Don't say all of that.
Negroes were left there by some ship from the Philippine Islands, right? But it says here that the Negro character of the Indians on the coast has been distinctly remarked by various navigators. Even of the present day, we deem it impossible that any few individuals who were probably without women with them when left on this coast could have been able to communicate their peculiar complexion and features to entire nations, even after a period of 200 years. So what he's saying is, damn, we see black natives, and I wonder if some of these black natives were just slaves that were left behind from some other explorers. And then they say, no, even if they were slaves, they weren't left with women, so it makes no sense how they have their whole village and speech and culture here in North America if they were just left here from some earlier slave trade. And we're talking about pre-transatlantic slave. But we can keep.
No, you're not talking about pre-transatlantic slave, you slick. The source is talking about the 1600s. The whole, come on, bro. Listen, from the time period that you're referring, it's 100 years, bro. 1492, when they bring the first two black people over here, and then on many others. A whole 100 years it transpires since over here, bro. What are you talking about? Pre-slave. Come on, bro. God damn.
Keep on reading. The evidence is right in front of our eyes. This is a book written over 100 years ago. I don't have to play a video by some Dr. Pan-African on the Amun-Ra channel, right? It says, after 70 years of the voyage of Cortez, apparently much too short of a time for Negro villages to have been built, while those inhabitants that the natives have formed leagues of friendship. It's saying right here, it's impossible that these Aboriginal black folks were dropped off by some other boats, because that's too short of a time for them to build these villages. That's too short of a time for the other redskin and white skin natives to have built leagues of friendship. Come on. It says from the plates.
You're at 6 minutes, 20 seconds.
Okay. Well, I can see my time. We can do some more reading later.
So at this point, he concedes his time. He had 6 minutes to go, and he conceded his time. So, all right, let's get into his other source. Zoom in. People see words and shit, and they just start, they get lost, they get stuck. So this is the same source. there is a tribe of Indians in the province of Barura in Chile, whose complexions are of a clear white and red without any intermixture of the copper color. Hera mentions that in the captaincy of the Isles in Brazil is a certain white Indians of a gigantic stature, who spoke a language not understood and who came there not long before 1528. They are described as very cruel and cannibals, and I presume are the same of a kindred race with the Moors who invaded Bahia in 1603. These last are described as being in many instances both of men and women of a fair complexion as the Germans. Skinner, by accounts received from Spanish missionaries, says that the natural complexions of the Carnivals, one of the male tribes on the Maranoon, might vie with that of the Europeans were it not for exposure, stings, or insects. The Brishofer says that some of the Indians of Terra del Fuego are more than moderately white. Albinos have at all times been observed among the different races of men. In America, however, they seem to have been assembled together in certain districts in greater numbers than appears to have been noticed in any other part of the earth. The account given of them by Wafer is a conspicuous instance and so well known that it seems unnecessary to repeat his relation. Indeed, we should scarcely have noticed the albino variety, had we not thought it of some little importance to preserve the memory of a Cherokee tradition, which seems to declare that anciently there was some remarkable instances of a variety of men in Georgia or Louisiana, sufficiently numerous to be remembered in Indian tradition. The Cherokee say that when they first arrived in the country they now inhabit, they found it possessed by certain moon-eyed people who could not see in the day. This is apparently, though obscurely substantiated by Alvaro Nunez in his relation with the expedition of Narvaez. Some of the Indians brought many people before us, the greater part of whereof were squint-eyed, and others of the same people are blind, whereat we greatly marveled. They all well set in good behavior, and whiter than all the rest that we have seen until then. Though America possesses some dark brown men approaching to black, yet it has been almost universally believed that there were no Aboriginal blacks or Negroes found on this continent. But for considering the peculiar circumstances under which a black race was found in North America, I hold it more than probable that the common opinion is erroneous. Torquemada says, the Californians shewed no manner of surprise at the sight of some Negroes that accompanied Vesciano on a voyage to the coast AD 1602. As I have never seen Torquemada's monarchy, India, I can only quote from Venegas. You see, he don't read the source. The author tells you, as I have never seen Torquemada's Monarchia India, I can only quote from Venegas, not it, who says that Torquemada, that when a Negro was ordered to distribute some biscuits to the Californians at the Bay of St. Barnabas, the natives seemed pleased at the sight of the Negro and signified to him that they live in friendship and correspondence with a people of his color, and that they are not far from thence was a Negro village. Torquemada undertakes to explain this remarkable circumstance by supposing, look at what he supposes, Those had been left there by some Philippine island. Yeah, we reading the same source. But as he does not quote the time when such an event had occurred. Boom, boom, boom. So all the conjecture at the point of claiming that these people were already here chilling and doing this, that, and the third, he never said the rest of the goddamn sentence. But as he does not quote the time when such an event had occurred, we presume it was a mere conjecture of his own. Continue. To explain an anomaly of which he is ignorant, and at first we were disposed to think the supposition plausible, but as it was found on an extending our researches that the Negro character Indians on this coast has been distinctively remarked by various navigators, even of the present day, we deem it impossible that any few individuals who were probably without women with them when left on this coast could have been able to communicate their peculiar complexion to entire nations, even after a period of the above 200 years. I'm going to come back to the subject, however. Then he goes down and he lists about 70 years after this voyage of Cortez, the voyage of Viscano described by Torquemada took place. Apparently, much too short of a time for Negro villages to have been built, with whose inhabitants natives had formed a league of friendships, even if it were proved, which it has not been. It has not been proven that such persons had been wrecked or left ashore about these periods of time. There's no proof of this claim. To continue, the subject, however, is still in obscurity and belongs to that of the terra incognito of America, laying between the rivers of Columbia and Gila. The authorities I have been able to respecting the present Negro appearance of Indians in that region are followed. The color of the Indians of California missions, seen by La Paris, very nearly approaches that of the Negroes, whose hair is not woolly. And in another place, the color of Indians, which is that of Negroes. Langensdorf, who visited San Francisco on the coast of California, confirms an observation of La Paris, for he says, the Indians there are a very dark complexion approaching to black. They have large projecting lips and broad, flat Negro-like noses. Indeed, many of their features, as well as their physiognomy and almost their color, bear a strong resemblance to the Negroes. Their hair, however, is long and straight. So their hair is totally different, but you're referring to skin tone, and you're going to hang your hat on that complexion shit for a long time. So that's fine. From the, hold on one second. I got to get some earbuds. You in this meeting? No, you need to get in there now. All right. So from the plates of course voyages, of which I had but a slight examination, there appear to resemble very nearly. I'm going to say that one more time. Very nearly the blacks in Hindustan. So this dude then brought up some people from Hindustan. Y'all know he's talking about the Indians. I know y'all know is what he's talking about, right? Hold on one second, y'all. Man, I I ain't trying to download this bullshit. All right. So, but it is well known that many of the Hindu race are only distinguished by straightness of their hair from the Africans. I'm going to say that again. But it is well known that many of the Hindu race are only distinguished by straightness of their hair from the Africans. All right, hold on. I had to put myself in this meeting that I ain't started yet. All right, so let's go. It says again, but it is well known that many of the Hindu race are only distinguished by straightness of hair from the Africans, for they are not less black. This circumstance has been noticed by Strabo as a distinction between two races. He compared the Hindus, the Hindu race. They compared the Hindu race people in India to that of the Africans, but they said the distinguishing differences for them was the straightness of their hairs. And this was used to distinguish two different races. As we cannot admit for a moment that these American blacks were ever driven by stress of weather across the Pacific Ocean to California unless it proved they are the descendants of Negroes left by the Spaniards. It would follow a necessity that they have been settled in America from the earliest ages. In another part of America, if reliance can be placed upon the correctness of the relation, a race of blacks were seen at so early a period of our history that it seems impossible to avoid that they were Aboriginal. Peter Martyr, in describing the journey of Balboa across the Isthmus of Darien AD 1511, gives the following history. There is a region not above 2 journeys from Carriacou, in which, I'm saying that wrong, in which they found only blackamoors, and those exceeding fierce and cruel. The circumstances of finding them there, he attempted to explain by conjecture that they were Ethiopians who had crossed the Atlantic to rob the country, and that after having been shipwrecked, they had been compelled by the natives to take refuge in the mountains. But all of this is pure guesswork, which we shall not attempt to disprove, for it is not more plausible than a supposition that they were Aboriginal. It is only interesting to us to inquire whether the fact really be as represented by historian Balboa, or whether he may not have been deceived by some of the external filth or paint. That's why I kept reading. Whereby these people were remarkably from other Indians. On this subject, I have nothing to produce, as no other account of this particular part of America that I know of mentions the circumstance, which perhaps has arisen from the belief that these blacks were descendants of the runaway Negroes, which the infamous slave trade had brought to tropical America at a very early period. Where's the mic drop at? That was my mic drop. If I am not much mistaken, however, we should be able to shew that the relation of the Peter Martyr concerning the blackamoors, as he calls them, seen by Balboa, was substantially correct. For we learn from Stevenson the following singular facts, which we shall quote at length. Give me 1 second, y'all. What? They changed it? Bro. Got me sitting in this meeting, bro. All right, this motherfucker. All right. I mean, y'all in this meeting for no reason, just to listen. My bad, y'all. So where we at? Let me start over. If I'm not mistaken, much mistaken, however, we should be able to shew the relation of Peter Mark concerning the Blackamoors, as he called them, see by Balboa, was substantially correct. For we learn from Stevenson the following singular facts, which we shall quote at length. The natives of Esmeraldas, Rio Verde, and Atcamas are all Zambos, apparently a mixture. What? Apparently a mixture. What do they mix with, bruh? What do they mix with, bruh? What they mix with? Apparently a mixture of Negroes and Indians. Indeed, the oral traditions of their origin is that a ship having Negroes on board arrived on the coast, and that having landed, they murdered a great number of the male Indians, kept their widows and daughters, and laid the foundation of the present race. Don't go too far yet, y'all. If this were the case, and it is not very improbable, the whole of the surrounding country being peopled with Indians, it produces a striking instance of the facility with which an apparently different tribe of human beings is produced when you mix the Negro and the Indian. For the present Esmeraldinos are very different in their features, hair, color, and shape to the Chino or of a Negro or an Indian. These are commonly short and lusty, of a very deep copper color, thick hair, neither lank nor curled, small eyes, sharpish nose, and well-shaped mouth. Whereas the Esmeraldas are tall, slender, of a light-skinned, black color, different from that called copper color, have soft curly hair, large eyes, nose, rather flat, and thick lips, possessing more of the Negro than of the Indian. And the language of the Esmeraldinos is also entirely different from the Quechua, which is the general language of the Indians. It is rather nasal and appears very scanty of words, and it is very singular that so intelligent a writer Stevenson could listen to the story that the black natives of Atacama and could have descended from a ship of Negroes who had in some immortal time arrived on this coast. For every word of comment or explanation that has made is in direct opposition to such a hypothesis. And if the offspring of a Negro and an Indian be entirely different from the natives of the Atcamas and the Esmeraldas and company, by what imaginable rule can we refer the origin of these people to such progenitors? The whole legend is ridiculous and has been no doubt a Spanish or Indian suggestion to explain the singularity of the fact concerning which they had no other method of explication. I know not whether the population to the northward partake of this black complexion of the Atcamas and company, but these last are now about 400 miles from Kuakua, where Balboa is reported to have seen a similar complexion. This distance, however, is immaterial, the course being very one to which an immigration would naturally be made, if such took place to the southward, or their more northern brethren may have been terminated in war with other tribes, or may yet be absorbed in those regions if some intelligent traveler could visit the country. Juras, in describing the complexion of the people that province, with almost terminance in the country visited by Balboa, says expressly that some of the Indians there are white, others black, and others red or copper color, and seemingly considers them original nations by this enumeration, for he makes no observation on the peculiarities of complexion. I presume that in this instance he made no mistake from the external appearance, for he was aware that the Indians did paint themselves black to protect themselves from the stings of the mosquitoes. Y'all want me to read it again? You want me to read it again? I presume that in this instance, he made no mistake about their external appearance, for he was aware that the Indians did paint themselves black to protect themselves from the stings of mosquitoes. There is another circumstance connected with the history of blacks in this part of the world, which it may be proper to introduce to hit this place, be it worth what it may. The people of Hispaniola informed Columbus that there was to the south and the southeast a black people who pointed the heads of their javelins with metal and coal. It was not easy to imagine the natives of St. Domingo had any acquaintance with the people of Isthmus or even those of Guatemala, though it is not impossible. If this could deem probable, there will be little difficulty in considering the fact well established that there were blacks in these parts of the continent who had extended themselves both north and south of Isthmus and Darien. The American Indians, compared with Europeans, have but little beard, and it is almost universally their practice to eradicate it, as well as all other hair from their bodies. Some even plucked out their eyebrows and eyelashes, as was pretty commonly the case with the natives of Brazil and Paraguay. This paucity of a beard is not peculiar to the Americans. The Tartar and Malay tribes are equally deficient as the African race. This is now so well understood that it is unnecessary to notice it further. But if travelers and naturalists have formerly been willing to consider the Americans as being generally beardless, they have been highly liberal in the Esquimaux in this particular. Charles Volk says they have a beard so thick up to their eyes that it is difficult to distinguish any features of their face. Ellis, more moderate, describes them as having beards sometimes long and bushy. Dobbs agrees with Chavalux in saying they have beards up to their eyes. Egedi, however, does not describe the Greenlanders, who are undoubtedly of the Esquimaux stock and distinguished by the peculiarity of the caps. Ross and Perry do not mention the Esquimaux seen by them as having other than thin beards, though they permit it to grow. We must therefore consider the statements of Charles Vox and Dobbs to be exaggerations derived from hasty and inconsiderate observation, in which they were misled by the contrast afforded by the nations around. The real facts appears to be that the one people permitted the beard to grow, while others in general carefully plucked it out, but that naturally there is little, if any, difference between them in quantity. In like manner, we must account most probable for other instances of bearded people in America, such as the Yapia Indians near the River Gila and the nations of the Guamos or the Orinoco mentioned by Gumilla, that these nations are only called bearded from contrast, may be further inferred from the instances occasionally remarked throughout America of individuals among beardless tribes being described with large beards when whim of caprice of some kind of other had induced them to cherish its growth. But it is not entirely true that American Indians plucked out their beards. For in addition to the above instances, we must mention that the Minges, a nation of Mexico, wear long beards with Herrera observes as a rare custom. I'm coming back to black. Laprius, the some of the Indians of California had beards large enough to have been in importance in Turkey or in the vicinity of Moscow. Throughout both North and South America, the natives, with exceptions, pricked black or blue figures into their skins. A custom that has prevailed among almost every rude nation in the world, and in such numerous instances that it is not worthwhile to quote authorities. Very generally, in North America and also Peru and Brazil, the natives cut the outer edge of their ear loose. They attach a certain variety and weight of ornaments, as sometimes literally to the stretch, this partially detached portion down to the shoulder. They also perforated the cartilage of the nose, in which they wore rings, reeds, stones, feathers, and company. Pause. He just explained the North American, Central American, and South American natives, saying that they cut their earlobes, they put shit in their nose. Nose rings, reeds, stones, feathers. Their earlobes looped. Many nations of Eastern continent disfigured themselves in like manner. The natives of the Fiji Islands and those of Bali adjoining Java stretched their ears in like manner to an enormous degree. Many tribes flattened the forehead by artificial compression. They laid the young infant on its back, with the head in a hole made to receive it, and then applied a small bag of sand or other weight on the frontal bone until it more or less assumed the desired flatness. Sometimes they accomplished the purpose by binding two flat boards tight on the head. This custom prevails among the nations of western slope of the Rocky Mountains, and was once remarkable among the Choctaws and also the Caribs of the West India Island. Some Peruvian and Brazilian tribes also adopted the preposterous fashion. The Arawaks, who inhabited the larger West India Islands at the time of the discovery by Columbus, had the head downward in the direction of the spine. They appear to have been alone in this practice, according to our inquiries. The natives of Asia and of the Indian islands, in certain instances, compressed the forehead like the Caribs. This was done by people of the Arawakian and in the Burman Empire, and several islanders of the Indian archipelago. The Caribs bound strong ligatures around the legs of their children, that they might enlarge the calf and raise the ridges and ankles to the top of the thighs. This practice was observed by Columbus in his first voyage. It also mentioned by Gumilla as a practice by that in his time. Ladies and gentlemen, I read this extensively because I wanted y'all to hear the descriptions by these people in the 1600s and how they're going down and down and down and providing an inference for what we've been saying for quite some time. They don't know who these people are until they analyze the culture. They only compared them to the Negro because they had no other distinction. They are this openly. They keep comparing complexion, light skin, dark skin, fair skin, right? People. If you look at where they were, they're giving you central locations. When we're in this part of California, they look this way. When we're in this part of California, they look that way. When we're in this part of North America versus Central America versus South America, they're clearly distinctions. We get more darker complected people in this particular area because of the goddamn equator. Our researches on the physical history of the Aborigines of America have not enabled us to add anything to the physiology and history of man. Though we have admitted that climate and states of civilization might occasion some partial modification, yet neither as respects their stature, the physiognomy, or complexion, have we been able to discover any common principle by which we can explain the diversities that exist in human family. The discovery, certainly, of a white race, and probably of one that is a black in America, adjacent to each other and surrounded by brown men of all sides, becomes irreconcilably with any theory that supposes these different complexions to be consequent on physical causes. And when we connect these American anomalies with the existence of brown men in Africa and black men in the island of India and Pacific Oceans, who yet live under the same solar influence with similar uncivilized institutions, we feel more and more reluctant to admit that these diversities have originated from partial causes. Men divided into white, brown, and black have existed from the earliest times of history, and they have, at least to our knowledge, continued in those relative states without ever departing from their established orders. The observations of Humboldt, it would seem, is absolutely correct, who remarks that notwithstanding the variety of climates and elevations inhabited by the different races of men, nature never deviates from the models of which she made selections thousands of years ago. We've been sitting for quite some time telling these fools, look at the skin map. Bro, the reason that you're seeing these different variations in skin is because a lot of these paleos, the first people to inhabit the Americas, are only certain colors because of their geographical location. They're literally saying that they were white freaking Indians. We know that to not be specifically true in stature, but what they are getting at is that they were lighter shades of natives that vary into brownish, blackish, and it goes on the color map. It is saying that nature is the number one cause of why we look the fucking way that we do. And we finna sit here and say, let me clip this out the video. Let me put this on the screen. Let me not read the entire source. And let me make my argument to establish some basis that black people in America been here. No, we haven't. You never provided a sound argument to establish that point. Your argument is about skin complexion. You're arguing over skin, and you don't even use any scientific data to set an establishment. You use four sources, and those four sources get a clear contextual understanding from everything that you put on the screen, period. You have these accounts, and then you clip them out. It's all copy paste, mumbo jumbo. Not really even copy paste. It is, let me clip this out. This is key. This is what I'm going to argue with. So let me read this down here. By the admixture of different colored stocks, which is in the manner may be almost infinite, as we know to be the case with the West Indies and our slaveholding states, our observations only apply to a white, brown, and black complexions. of the greatest intensity of hue. We can detect the origin of these three, we can easily account for all the other modifications. And then it goes into the next chapter on the languages of them. So now I want to come to this point, right? Let me zoom in. What did the native inhabitants think of these sudden arrivals? How did they respond to Europeans and their culture? How did they later describe the experience? The writing accounts to use are primarily sources, Indians' oral histories as recorded by non-Indians for publication, and statements to Europeans who recorded them later. The selections here present both modes of transmission. From Mexico, first-hand accounts compiled by Spanish missionaries in 1500s. The selections from the Codex of Florentina, 1555, the Chronico Mexicana, 1578, the Historia de Taxila, 1585. Among the Maya is oral in the Chalam Balam sacred text, which I told India this the other day, translated in the 19th and 20th centuries. The whole chunk, traditional family accounts as told to the 20th century American anthropologists. The Micmac Statement of French Missionaries, 1680, is published in his account a decade later. These accounts can be grouped by various perspectives. The first encounter narratives of Mexico and the whole chunk, the conquest of histories of Mexico, Tacala, and Maya, the responses to the French superiority of the Ho-Chunk and Micmac, the resistance to the oppressors of the Maya and Micmac, in addition to compare the accounts of their source from eyewitness accounts to oral traditions transcribed centuries later and by recorded from a 16th century priest to a 20th century American anthropologist. These readings merit dominant place in your seminar. We're looking at American beginnings, 1492 to 1690. These are Indian accounts. What I want to make clear is that Mike TV, in your argument, brother, you never, for once, established a foundation that was pre-Columbus. In each source that you argue that was about complexion or given a depiction of complexion, you, my brother, you was cherry picking. So on the screen, I want to give people the philosophical and antiquarian concerning the Aboriginal history of America. Baltimore, published by Fielding Lucas Jr. in 1820. Harvard College Library, July 1st, 1914. This book that I just finished reading about descriptions was from the 1800s. His other source from the 1800s. Let me show you. Even this little dictionary entry about the Caribs and shit. (1856). The Voyage book is from the 1800s as well. My point is that there was no pre-Columbus sources used against Cali in your argument, and you never established that black people, right? Black people were here. Argued skin color, which puts you in direct conflict with the arguments. because your main source, which was your last source that you used in that last round before you just yielded 6 minutes of your goddamn time like a fool, if you read the entire chapter of that person's work, he tells you that when it comes back to science, nature is showing us that there's only really three types of people. Those three, you get a multitude of these other types. That's the argument in his book. Now, what does the science say? We don't even want to get into that. The fucking Mohawks were no goddamn Negroes, bro. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me pull it up. This is why I don't pay too much attention to the chat. But when motherfuckers get to talking to people, sorry. I always want to cuss out dishonest people. Okay, so real quick. This is six of the oldest human remains found in the U.S. There's a Minnesota woman. Pelican Rapids is quite a town nestled under the Pelican River in west central Minnesota. 1931, where construction workers renovating U.S. Route 59 unearthed the skeleton remains of a teenage girl. Concluded remains were roughly 8,000 years old. Do you wanna deal with this? 8,000 years old. Spirit Cave. Skeletons of 10,600 year old. You want to use this? Let me put in the chat which one you want to determine. La Brea woman. More than 3.5 million fossils, not years old, from at least 600 different species have been discovered in Los Angeles' famed La Brea tar pits. The geological oddity where sticky natural asphalt, I'm leading y'all somewhere to this, underground ensnaring animals for as long as 50,000 years. In all that time, La Brea has claimed one human that we know of. Her remains were uncovered over a century ago. Scientists best estimate that she was 18 to 25 years of age, and she's around 10,200 years old. Do you want to use her? Arlington Springs, 13,000 years ago. Use that. Kennewick Man, 9,000 years ago. Do you want to use the Kennewick Man? Or do you want to go with this evidence? The Anzac Boy. The Anzac Boy's skeleton remains is 12,700 years old. Which one do you want to use? 1 through 6, with 6 being the oldest. Do you want to use the Anzac Boy? It's 12,700. Do you want to use that? V-Note. Do you? No. Do you want to use the Anzac Boy? You so caught up in skin color, bro. You don't even know how to fucking argue. What shorts you buying? What shorts you buying? What are you talking about? Which one you want to use, bro? Somebody in the chat, speak to me. Let me know something. Which, and I'm asking, which of the oldest bones do y'all want to use? I'm going to pull it up live and we're going to deal with it. fossils are going to prove description. No, bro, listen to me. No. The fossils are going to contain DNA. The DNA is going to lead us on the roadmap to who these people were. Once we get on the roadmap to who these people were, we find out more information. You are a human being. You inherited chromosomes from your mother and your father. Do you know how many chromosomes that you inherit? On one of your chromosomes, it's going to be specific. All right, so let me do this real quick. Let me pull this up. Let me pull this up. The biology of skin color. In the biology of skin color, Penn State University anthropologist Nina Jablonski walks us through the evidence that the different shades of human skin color are evolutionary adaptations to varying intensity of UV rays in different parts of the world. Our modern human ancestors in Africa likely had dark skin, which is produced by an abundance of pigment eumelanin in skin cells. In the high UV environment of sub-Saharan or equatorial Africa, darker skin offers protection from the effects of UV radiation. Dr. Jablonski explains the variation in skin color that evolved since some populations out of Africa can be explained by the trade-off between protection from UV and the need for some UV absorption and production of vitamin C. No, dummy. No. You don't even know what I'm referring to when I'm talking about DNA, bro. You don't even know you're so fucking stupid. All right, so key concepts. Biological traits are not inherently good or bad. I'm gonna say this again. Biological traits are not inherently good or bad. Some traits can provide an advantage to an organism in certain environments, but be a disadvantage in other environments. Inherited traits that provide a survival and reproductive advantage in particular environments are more likely to be passed on to the next generation and thus become more common over time. Different human populations live in many generations in a particular part of the world may have different variations in certain traits. In spite of these differences, all humans are very closely related and share most traits. Evidence from different disciplines such as anthropology, developmental biology, physiology, genetics, and cell biology can inform what makes human traits beneficial or harmful in a particular environment. Variations in genes can lead to differences in biological traits. By studying the DNA sequences of large numbers of people from different populations, scientists can estimate when and where those variations arose. This dude just simply sit here and said, how is DNA gonna do this, that, or the third? And then turn around and then I say something about DNA helping. Evolution involves trade-offs. A change in the gene that results in an adaptation to one aspect of environment may be linked to the disadvantage with respect to another aspect of the same environment. Cells in multicellular organisms specialize to meet particular functions in an individual. Molecules in a living organism absorb or reflection certain wavelengths of light from the sun. When a molecule absorbs light, the energy is transformed into other forms of energy. If that's the case, bye. Fuck on. I'm going to say this one more time. DNA helps the story because you inherit these traits from your mother and your father, which goes to speak to things. These genes that I am referring to. Let me go a little bit deeper for this dummy. Not only the UV rays and things of that nature, but these genes are significant. Why do you think an expert is even talking about DNA and visible traits? What is the connection between DNA and physical traits? Skin color is easily visible marker of variability. Our lack of body hair and our variable skin color are some of the traits that set us apart from the closest primate relatives. Wavelengths of light are reflected and absorbed by pigment in the skin cell called melanin. Melanin is synthesized in structures called melanosomes that are produced by cells and called melanocytes. These are two primary types of melanin in humans: pheomelanin, which is a reddish yellow, and eumelanin, which is a brown black. UV, listen to me real quick. Just right here. Now, I know I did this post a long time ago about this whole thing about this shit. But guess what? UV radiation can penetrate cells and cause mutations in DNA. Dude said, how can you look at DNA and it's going to help you do this, that, and the third? Because the UV radiation can penetrate living cells and cause mutations in your DNA, dummy. We're going to look at everything, the shit that y'all are scared of, biology, those things that you're scared of, DNA tests. We look at everything. We want a complete understanding of the argument. We want to know why our skin varies, why we have these different variations of skin tone, but you don't see this with Europeans, white people. They don't have these big variations. For melanated people, there's big variations, but distinctively, we are not the same. We are different. Our cultural implications set us apart. And the reason why we have these protections is because of where we are in the world. That's why the further north you go, you will see lighter complected people. When you see these darker complected people, almost guarantee that they came from somewhere else. Yeah, we migrated up here from the south. Them black people that went up north, we came from the south, or we came from the islands. Like, you literally are sitting here and you're saying, how is DNA gonna do something? Let's put it to the test. Let's see what DNA can prove. Let's put it to the test. Let's just do that. Let's put it to the test. Let me find my article. I don't even want to play Rick Kittles because y'all be hating on that man. But I want to make something perfectly clear. Perfectly clear. Let me set the stage first. New gene variants reveal the evolution of human skin color. Some of the mutations responsible for lighter skin in Europeans turned out to have an ancient African origin. Most people associate Africans with dark skin, but different groups of people in Africa have almost every skin color on the planet, from the deepest black in the Dinka, South Sudan, to bathe in the sand in South Africa. Now, researchers have discovered a handful of new variants responsible for this palette of tones. The study published online in this week's Science traces the evolution of these genes and how they travel around the world. While dark skin of some Pacific Islanders can be traced to Africa, gene variants from Europe also seem to have made their way back to Africa. And surprisingly, some of the mutations responsible for life in Europeans turn out to have an ancient African origin. This is really a landmark study of skin color diversity, says geneticists. A geneticist, a motherfucker that looks at DNA, a geneticist. Greg Barsh of the Hudson Alpha Institute of Biotechnology in Huntsville, Alabama. Researchers agree that there are Australopithecine ancestors in Africa probably had light skin beneath hairy pelts. If you shave a chimpanzee, its skin is light, says evolutionary geneticist Sarah Tishkoff of the University of Pennsylvania, the lead author of the new study. If you have body hair, you don't need dark skin to protect you from ultraviolet radiation. Until recently, researchers assumed that after human ancestors shed most body hair sometime between 2 million years ago, they quickly evolved dark skin for protection from skin cancer and other harmful UV radiation, effects of UV radiation. Then when humans migrated out of Africa and headed to the far north, they evolved a lighter skin as an adaptation to limited sunlight. Pale skin synthesizes more vitamin D when light is scarce. So, you asked me about DNA. I'm trying to show you the correlation. You just heard from two geneticists. Previous researchers on skin color gene, that picture. Explain it to us. For example, a depigmentation gene. Oh, a depigment. Do you know what a depigmentation is? Let's deal with it. The gene called SL24A5 linked to pale skin swept through European populations in the past 6,000 years. This changed as scholarship has updated and given us a more wider range for this gene. But Tishkoff team found that the story of skin color evolution isn't so black and white. Her team included African researchers, used the light meter to measure skin reflectance, and 2,092 people in Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Botswana. They found the darkest skin in Nilo-Saharan pastoralist populations of Eastern Africa, such as the Masi and the Surma, and the light skin in the sand of South Africa, as well as the shades in between, as in the Agal people of Ethiopia. At the same time, they collected blood samples for genetic studies. Why the hell are they pulling people blood? What's in blood? What's in blood, smart people? What's in blood, smart people? DNA. They sequenced more than 4 million SNPs, singular nucleotide polymorphisms, places where a single letter of the genetic code varies across the genomes of 1,570 of these Africans. They found 4 key areas of genomes where specific SNPs correlate with skin color. The first surprise was the SL24A5 swept Europe. It's almost common in East Africa, found in as many half of members of Ethiopian groups. The variant arose 30,000 years ago. See, that's that date. Remember earlier that I told y'all that it wasn't a 6. That's that date. The variant rose 30,000 years ago and was probably brought to Eastern Africa by people migrating from the Middle East. But though many East Africans have this gene, they don't have white skin. probably because it is just one of several genes that shape their skin color. So these next two things are important. We're going to talk about the I gene. Let me just get into it. So the team also found variants of two neighboring genes, HERK2, OCA2, which are associated with light skin, eyes, and hair in Europeans, but arose in Africa. These variants are ancient and common in light-skinned sand people. The team proposes that the variants arose in Africa as early as 1 million years ago and spread later to Europeans and Asians. Many of the gene variants that causes light skin in Europe have origins in Africa. Let me one more and then I'm gonna stop real quick. The most dramatic concern is a gene known as MFSD12. Two mutations that decrease the expression of this gene found in high frequencies in people with dark skin. These variants arose about 500,000 years ago, suggesting that human ancestors before the time may have had the moderately dark skin rather than the deep black hue created today by these mutations. So these same two variants are found in who? The Melanesian population, the Australian Aborigines, and some Indians. These people may have inherited the variants from ancient migrants from Africa who followed the southern route out of East Africa, along with southern coast of India to Melanesia and Australia. The idea, however, counters three genetics that include last year's Australian, Melanesian, and Eurasians all descend from a single migration Africa. Alternatively, this great migration may have included people carrying variants of both light and dark skin, but the dark variants later were lost in Eurasians. Let me pause real quick. I can't make it no plainer than why we look at your biological makeup. But ultimately, what makes Native Americans is their culture. So if you talk about these different variations and the debate topic is, are Black Americans Native Americans? You are having the wrong conversation in a debate. You got hung up on skin color. Skin color has no variance in a discussion with Native Americans who vary in skin color. It is and has always been culture. And then get into their genetic makeup. Their biological makeup is to prove to you that they descend from what I showed y'all earlier on the goddamn screen when I asked you, who do you want to deal with in the evidence chain for skeleton remains? Anzac Boy 1 and 2 is the reason why we mapped the genome of the full genome of the Native American people. Anzac Boy, Anzac 1 and Anzac 2 is significant because they trace these two, they genetically trace these two back to a place in East Asia, where a Siberian and East Asian admixed. Beginning these populaces of a new people that migrated out of East Asia across the Bering, coming down the Kelp Highway and across the Bering and populated the Americas some 20 to 30,000. Our fossilized records give us the oldest fossilized records for humans' existence. In New Mexico, where those footprints are 23,000 years. So we use DNA to substantiate the story. We also understand the skin map, which people avoid, assuming because you see a Black person, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Do I need to pull that presentation back up. It looked like I need to. Real quick. Give me 1 second. God damn, boy. Why I gotta go back to this? This dude's stupid. Hey, bro, unless you got a source, you know what? Yeah, my presentation. I'm finna pull my presentation up. Or did I delete it? Please tell me I ain't delete this mug. I know I did, though. I think I did. Let's see. Nope, all is not a coincidence. Okay, so let me do this. Because I put it here. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna put it up. So my whole thing is this right here. You saying a whole lot of stuff in my chat, bro, but you ain't got no evidence. So it sounds like to me you just want to talk or you just want to type. That you don't want to deal with the information. If you want to deal with the information, we can get into it. We can go source for source. We can go description for description, account for account. We can do all of that. But I ain't finna go back and forth with you information. All you got is skepticism and a lack of whatever the case may be. So let me stop sharing my screen and let me reshare. And let me bring up my shit. Don't worry about the link unless you got a source. I'm gonna say it again. If you can't share your screen and if you can't demonstrate, ain't no talking. I'm not talking to none of you Negroes no more. None of you Negroes no more, bro. If you ain't got no source, I'm not talking to y'all. Go play on Facebook. The amount of research and shit that we put into shit, nah. See, I know y'all can see my screen, right? I know y'all can see my screen, right? So, let me go back just a little bit. Were blacks in the Americas pre-Columbus? This is their fucking debate. This is the debate. Are we Native Americans or are we descendants of black people from descendants from Africans? This is their debate. It's already here. It's already here. It's on the channel. I didn't have to do anything. I made myself clear. Insofar as the use of Negro or its equivalents for the Americans is concerned, it is well to begin our analysis with a brief review of the usage in the Portuguese language. That's coming from J.D. Forbes' book. But that ain't even it. I'm trying to get to the science. The skin, hair, and eye color of more than 8 billion humans is determined by the light-absorbed pigment known as melanin. Yep, I'm just giving y'all little pieces and traces. Guess what, though? This person in the chat said, what is we looking at DNA for? Researchers found 169 functionally diverse genes that impact melanin production. Those 105 were not previously associated with pigmentation. They further identified of two newly discovered genes, KLF6 and COMMD3. The DNA binding protein of KLF6 led to a of melanin production in humans and animals. That's why we look at DNA, dummy. As Jablonski explains, sun's ultraviolet rays, in addition to the causing cell damage and other forms of harm, play a vital role in the human's health. They trigger the production of vitamin D in the skin. Vitamin D, as most of us learned in elementary school. We keep going on and on and on and on. I know I stumped him out right there. So my point is this. If you want to talk on my platform, you got to share your screen, and I need a source. That's simple. You're asking for the link. So I'm hoping that you can provide both of those things. Sharing your screen and providing a source. Wasn't no Africans in America in the 12 or 1300s either. Watch this. Yes, I can. Show us your evidence. Come on. Show us your evidence. Because I got a shitload. Show us your evidence. Refute the data. All skin folk ain't kinfolk. These two are sisters, twins. One's white, one's black. Come on, man. Where you at? Please be on your laptop. Don't waste my time. Link in the chat. Come on, man. If you can't share your screen and show your sources, this is going to be a short interaction. Come on, man. Hit the link, bro. You asked for the link and I dropped it. You did all that chatting and did all that typing in the chat, bro. The whole time arguing and arguing and arguing. Although that he be swarthy black, though thou be passing white. How could that be? How could that be? How could this man think that he is such a swarthy man? Where is it? Why y'all so scared when it comes to dealing with actual evidence, primary sources, and to account for such? Why are y'all scared? Word to the wise, Callie. Already had your argument lined up. All you had to do was grab the sources. The two main branches of the first people's ancestry, the ancient East Asians and the ancient North Siberians, converged around 25 to 20,000 years ago and interbred. The resulting ancestral population formed shortly after the start of the last glacial maximum, during which the Siberian had an exceedingly cold climate with limited plants and animals. Humans would have found it very difficult, if not possible, to live in these climates. And indeed, there is essentially no archaeological record in Northeast Siberia between 29,000 and 50 years ago. Many archaeologists infer from this absence that the people sought refuge in other regions with more resource climates. We do not know exactly what happened, but it seems likely that the meeting of people in East Asian and the ancient North Siberian groups occurred as part of a migration from Siberia in response to these environmental changes. There are a number of sites throughout the Americas well below the southernmost margin of the continental ice sheets that date between 14 to 16,000 years. Explaining these sites requires an entirely different paradigm from the late peopling scenario described earlier. For one thing, the antiquity constrains the routes that people could have taken into the Americas. The ice-free corridor between the Laurentine and Cordilleran glaciers did not open until about 14,000 years ago. If people were occupying the sites by 3,450 years ago or even earlier, it seems exceedingly unlikely that there could have been another route. Furthermore, environmental DNA, goddamn, DNA keeps coming up. DNA. He won't show up. The link is in the chat. I dropped the link. The comments stopped. He stopped commenting when the link dropped. Oh, where I got that quote from, the Swarthy quote. I got it from directly from Buddy. The Walter Whitman. I got it directly, his quote, I got it directly off his source right here on the right-hand side. The source at the bottom of the page, you can't see it because I had to make it so small because I use so much of this for image. But I did, I think I did, yeah, I put all the sources from this lecture. I made a whole community post. So you want this source, you're gonna have to go back into the community post and go back to April and get the source. All the sources is there. Man, I'm not trying to play no game with these people, man. I already know what's going on. I know what the business is. The two ancestral branches met over here. Woom, 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 came through. Woom, woom, woom. Womp, 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 womp. This dude don't want no smoke, bro. The whole argument about who the people were is over. This presentation tells us who the Native Americans are. You know what I'm saying? And then we highlighted our boy, Dusty. We highlighted old Dusty right here. Keep it in the thou wow. Oh, God damn, bro. Just keep calling my phone, bro. Hold on, y'all. All right, so we got Dusty on the screen right here. His DNA go back 55 generations with a 99% accuracy. It gives him approximately about 17,000 years. That's how the reset goes, but this science just keeps updating itself, bro. Now, I did in this same presentation drop a few little bombshells. The people that inhabited the Americas first, they share these complex genes. These genes are archaic, ancestral and related to the Novicens and Neanderthals. I list those genes right here in that same presentation, right? Out of that presentation, I even go in and talk about something very significant for them, the SLC16A11. Why am I even bringing this up? The Native American people today indeed inherit their propensity for type 2 diabetes from ancient Neanderthal ancestors who lived in the Altia Mountains. That gene is an inherited gene from the Neanderthal that these natives actually endure. Nothing against them, you know what I'm saying? It's just some real shit. And then Cali. As far as blacks in the Americas, the first person of African descent known to have arrived in La Española in modern times was Juan Marino or Juan Petro, John the Black, a free, by all indications, young black man who accompanied Columbus as a servant in 1492 and 93. Primary, nigga. No black people over here. So here we go. You ready to share your screen? You ready to share your screen, bro?
Yeah, it's in the back chat.
No. Are you ready to share your screen and pull up your sources?
Yeah, it's in the back chat. Go to the back chat. Go pull it up.
No. I'm asking you, are you prepared to share your screen?
If I can share my screen, if I can share my screen on my phone, then it's all good.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So you want me to pull up a video, YouTube video, correct?
Yes, of course. Your people said they wanted to see. You know what I'm saying? The niggas over here before they bought the niggas.
Okay. So
I'm showing them that.
So where's the source?
I'm showing the picture.
No. I don't think that you understand what evidence is.
This is the evidence.
Okay, so where did you get the picture from?
I got it from a Christopher Columbus documentary.
Okay, so you got the picture from a Christopher Columbus documentary, and where did the picture come from originally?
The picture came from a book.
Which
book? From 1585.
Which book? And you're testing
the endo of the injuries, the histories, or something like that.
Hold on one second. So you're
your man got it. I'm pretty sure your tag team dude got it.
I don't know nothing about no
tag team. You already know where it said. You already know I didn't put y'all in the palm box with this already.
Oh, what you talking about?
Okay. I guess you don't know.
No, I don't know.
I guess you don't know. Not coincidence or whatever that nigga name is.
It don't matter what his name is. What I asked you, you ain't answering the question. I asked you a specific question. Where did you get the picture from? You said you got it from a video.
I did.
Where did the video get the picture from?
The video is a 1970s, a 1980s, a 90s documentary. So I don't know exactly where they got it from, but it's an old documentary. That's where I got it from. But when I chop it up, but when I put your dude in the box, when he was trying to say that it was representing, he was trying to say that it was representing 1580s, and it's not depicting that.
So
you know that it's not depicting that either. You know this is over with for you. You can't explain that.
Are you sure? Are you
Tell
sure?
me how can you? Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Tell me how you can explain that.
All right. So, in the image of Black in Western Art, Volume 3, Part 2, we see this. The first visual representation of enslaved Africans in the Americas.
They hating. Stop. Time out, because that's what you try to. That's what you try to ride on. It's them saying. It's them saying. Yes. Okay. The picture is the originals, right? The picture is the Aborigines, right?
Slow down. This is the original. The whole goddamn.
Okay. And
so no. Slow down. Let's read it. Let's read it.
I'm still gonna chop you up at the end. Read it.
It comes from an anonymous and undated manuscript from the history of Descendants, written probably by a French traveler associated with Francis Drake voyages of the 1570s and 80s. So when Not a Coincidence told you around the time period, he's telling you, nigga, the image depicts African slaves in each step of the process of digging for gold. So this is what they're doing?
Nigga, don't say that, nigga. They don't know where it came from. Nigga, what you talking, nigga? It just said they don't know where it came from.
No. Okay, one more time for your comprehension. It comes from an anonymous and undated manuscript. So they know it comes from somewhere. Why? Because they turned around and said this: the history of Natural de Indes, written probably by a French traveler associated with Francis Drake's voyage
Oh
between.
my God! Probably stop. That's not a fact. Stop. That's not a fact.
Keep reading.
That's not a fact. Okay, keep reading.
The image depicts African slaves in each step of the process of digging for gold, work that the Spanish colonists wouldn't allow Indians to do for them, for fear that the indigenous people would understand the gold's value in an attempt to force out the Spanish. Of course, from the beginning of the colonization of Hispaniola, Black slaves found ways to escape from their masters, often by fleeing to remote areas and joining the Indian groups. Then it goes on to talk about the Maroons. But I want to pause real quick because
stop believing that fairy tale. Stop believing that fairy tale they keep making up. My nigga, you don't understand. My nigga, you supposed to be a Morris.
What are you supposed to click on, nigga? Because I went to the primary.
My nigga, you supposed to be a Morris. Okay, well, you supposed to be Morris into your religious and shit, right?
Morris? What the fuck is Morris, nigga? Why ain't no goddamn Morris?
Is that what your shit say? Oh, your shit say Masi. Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, my bad. But what I'm saying is that this whole thing, you see that the niggas is right there. You saying they trying to say they don't know where the source, we don't know where this came from, but we gonna use it. We don't know where this came from, but we gonna use this, so we're gonna go right there.
That is not what this is the original, bro. Where the fuck do you think the original come from?
Man, you just got done reading some shit that said probably.
Where did you think the original come from, bro?
Okay, and from what you just read to me,
one more time, where do you think that the original comes from?
The original come from that. The original come from what them niggas was seeing down there, and somebody drew a picture, and they got the picture. That was locked up that they didn't want the world to see. Just like when they was having the maps, and they didn't want the world to see when they was first putting out the maps. The same way they hide the maps, they hide the pictures too.
They didn't hide no maps. You're wrong.
They hide the maps. What you talking about? They hide the maps. They don't want these niggas don't want to know the next people what's going on. What you talking about? They was hiding the maps.
That you was wrong. Admit that you
was hiding the maps.
Admit that you were wrong.
Wrong about what? Time out. Wrong about what?
That you were wrong.
Wrong about what?
You've just been proven wrong. Your video you don't have a source. So I pulled up your video.
This is the source. The source is right here. It's Aboriginals motherfucking washing the gold with the Spanish dude on the mountain.
That is not. So again,
they just got done saying that it was Africans, right? Did they say that these are Africans?
Listen to me very clearly before I kick your ass off.
Yeah, nigga, I don't give a fuck about you kick nigga. All them little weak ass threats, nigga. What the fuck, nigga?
You brought up a video. The video had an image in it. I asked you.
Yeah, nigga, I'm telling you what's in the image, nigga. You up here doing all this dancing, nigga. What's in the image, nigga? All this dancing and shit. Weird ass nigga.
You didn't know. You didn't know.
Nigga, what's the image? Nigga, what you looking at, nigga? Nigga, what the fuck you looking at, nigga? Nigga, what the fuck you looking at, nigga?
Read to you.
Nigga, tell me what's in the picture, hoe ass nigga.
Read it to you.
Nigga, tell me what's in the picture, hoe ass nigga. Instead of reading, nigga, tell me what's in the picture, nigga.
Nigga up here is you.
Nigga, tell me what's in the picture, nigga.
Where it came from. Your source got it from
nigga. Nigga, stop all that dancing, nigga. Stop that dancing, nigga. Nigga, what you looking at, my nigga?
Can you see the screen?
Nah, nigga, go back to that picture. Tell me the description of that picture from what you see. And we're gonna go from there. Cause you dancing, nigga. Nigga, you done, nigga.
Dancing? Look at the screen.
Nigga, you dancing, nigga, you're running, nigga. Tell me what you see.
What does the screen
say? Nigga, tell me what do you see in that picture?
Africans digging for gold.
Okay, tell me why you believe they Africans.
I don't need to believe.
Tell me why you believe it.
I don't need
tell me
to
why you believe they Africans.
See this language down here?
Tell me why you believe now. Fuck that language. Fuck that fairy tale. Fuck that Hollywood script, nigga. Nigga, let's look at the image.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. His time was short, sweet, and no longer exists. Short, sweet, and no longer exist. He put a video in the back chat. I asked him to share his screen. He could not share his screen. So, ladies and gentlemen, he gave us a clipped off image that he said he got from a video. I asked him, how did he support or substantiate? How did he come to his conclusion? What the video was saying, because I wasn't finna play the bullshit. Whatever the video was saying, all I did was copy. Y'all watch me copy his image live on the screen and then search it. I showed y'all where I searched it. I put his image in here to find the source. Pinterest came up. Look what Pinterest says. So everybody just gonna say that they fucking African? Huh? Is that what everybody's gonna do? Pinterest pulled the shit up. Look, we don't have to make anything up, y'all. This shit's searchable. Look at the screen. 14 pages. Look, the natural history of the West Indies. Trees, plants, fruits, animals, shellfish, reptiles, insect, birds, etc. So these are illustrations from the 1580s, which is what Not a Coincidence told your dumbass. But you didn't want to listen. You didn't want to listen. And this is the problem with y'all. Well, we just need to look. Forget them words. Them words don't mean nothing. Are you? No, bro. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to sit on a panel with somebody that says, let's not read what the goddamn words say. Look at this shit. This type of man is called a Sakasi or whatever, however you say that. He is very much like the king to whom is paid in honor and obedience, and recognized to wear the ring hanging from the nose and a band on the forehead. And you see it here on the picture. You remember in the last illustration that we was talking about these people, their ears looping, their nose rings and all of that? Yes, these are examples. Look. This woman chasing flies. Look at this shit. This motherfucker getting his head beat in. Hindus Diahona, Indians of Ihona. When the Indians have defeated their enemies, they make them lie down on the ground, then pound on them, and after that, give them a blow on the head with the sword. When the blood starts flowing, they hold it back promptly, thinking that by the means the body will make a better roast for a solemn feast, because they want to eat them. They were cannibals. They were cannibalistics. And here we go to the goddamn picture at hand. Not only I found this shit, Not a Coincidence found it too. Look what it says. How the Negro slaves worked and looked for gold mine in the mines of the region called Veragua, Panama. It's right here. He said, don't read none of this. Since when do we not read? Since when do we stop reading? That's the problem with you low reading comprehension as people. Look what the words say. Look what the words say. This region is very dangerous. The Negroes lived there only a short time. So the Negroes only lived there a short time. And no day and night passes without rain, lightning, and thunder, because this land is to the equatorial line, being not fertile in goods. It has a great deal of good gold. The king of Spain permits the Spaniards in the Indies to settle to build mines and own the gold in them as long they pay him in the tribute of a fifth of they find of gold, silver, as well as precious stones. It says right here, the French text continues to a second page, not reproduced here. We're going to fuck all this. We're going to go to what the text say. The writing that was below. You see that? All this writing right here. They're telling us. I'm going to come back. I'm just trying to get down to the bottom of something real quick. All right. Let's go. The Spaniards do not force or permit the Indians to work in the mines for fear of the value of the gold, for knowing it if they would go to them out of the country. The Spaniards buy a great number of Negroes from Africa to serve them as when the Negroes had finished the day's work in a group of 8 or 10. There's at the exit of the mines half a barrel filled with water in which they wash then put it in an iron bowl and place it on a fire to dry it. When it is dried, they make it to the majordomo, whom they call the maitre d'hotel, in order to see and know from the weight how much it is. They have to give him as tribute the value of the gold amounting to the weight of 3 decades for each day. If it happens that they do not find in one day the weight in gold of 3 decades, they are liable nevertheless to pay the tribute to the majordomo. If it happens also that they recover a large amount, it will be their gain. The French text continues to a second page. It is not permitted nor legal for anyone, whoever it is, Negro, Spaniard, or Indian, to have a forge or furnace to smelt the gold coming out of the mines. They are obliged to bring it to the royal forge to pay the tribute to the King of Spain, which amounts to a fifth of everything. Having paid the tribute to the majordomo called maitre d'hotel, who receives the tribute and stamps the gold of the coins with the arms of the King of Spain, or to show that the tribute had been paid in the edge above the gold after it has been assayed, namely whether it is worth 20, 21, or 20 cents. So the people price. Hold on a second. I'm gonna continue. All right. So when it is found that there is no royal stamp by the King of Spain and the tribute has been paid, the gold is confiscated and everything else, such as silver, precious stones, and pearls, before passing from the Indies is to Spain. They must register at the conscription the amount of gold, silver, gems, and pearls that they take to the country. The 102 via French text continues to the second page. So everything that is written right here is written on this next page. So everything that I just read is what was in French. What was written right here. All of that is right here. So when he pulled this picture up and he didn't know the validity of the picture, that's the first problem. He said he had a source, one source, a video on his YouTube channel. One source. Bruh. And you told us to not read the fucking source. That's what made me kick your ass out. That's really, I ain't even gonna cap. That's what really made me kick your ass off the panel, bro. The audacity of you to say we ain't gonna read the source. You harpoon on African when they not Africans. That's why. It says it in the source, bro. I just brought up the whole. All right, so listen real quick. I don't need to argue with you about anything. Okay? When I showed the source to you and told you that this was a representation of enslaved Africans in the Americas, it says in the very first line, it comes from an anonymous and undated manuscript. The History Naturelle des Indes, written probably by a French traveler associated with Francis Drake's voyage in 1570, 1580s. Stop. We ain't even got to go no further. We don't have to go no further. We have the source. They tell us where it comes from, an undated manuscript. So now we just can pull up the manuscript. It doesn't say anything. It just says an anonymous and undated manuscript. It doesn't say that it is fake, that it is false, that it isn't real. It doesn't say none of that. It says an undated manuscript. That's why they said probably written by a French traveler during Francis Drake's voyage. But the source exists. So the next thing we do is we go to the goddamn source. We use one source to give us the other source. So we go pull it up. And here's the source. And the source ends up being this. 15 of 124 drawings of plants, animals, and native inhabitants created perhaps by one or two French sailors in West Indies in the mid-16th century. The manuscript is informally dubbed Drake manuscript because the English explorer Sir Francis Drake is twice mentioned in the text, and some 30 geographical references match his ports of call. The Pierpont Morgan Library. We don't have to assume shit. You told us, oh, don't read that. Not a coincidence. I know you had your version, bro, but you know what I mean? You know what I mean? We both got to it. You just got all 126. So this is not a coincidences version. It's going to show all 126. No cap. See? It's going to show all. Let's get to that stitch from earlier. This is the book, by the way. The full book. Give me a second, because this is a whole lot of damn plants. Where we at? Let me just try to skip ahead. Folios. All right, here we go. Now we can go backwards. Or do I gotta go forward? Nope. Oh yeah, we getting somewhere. of these damn things. Mm-hmm. Can't see the chat. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can see the chat. That's crazy. He came on this panel, and all he had was a YouTube video from his channel. Oh, let me go back real quick. Look at that. Yep. Pig. So you know they were Muslim. So you know they were Muslim, right? I can't believe this dude got up here and said, go back to the picture and ignore the words. The words don't mean nothing. Just look at the picture. That what we doing? That's what we doing. Ignoring what they're telling us and describing in the photo, and let's just assume, right? Let's assume. That is the weirdest shit ever. So this is in the book, right? This is image 99 or 100 of the book. Right? There it is. There's a date. Here's the description. Here we go. So we know. Comme les esclaves negros Julian, yada, 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 how the Negro slaves work and look for gold in the mines of the region called Uruguay or Panama. The Negro slaves. The Negro slaves. You filthy, funky, stinky looking dude. All right, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Here we go. There go the source. All right, my bad, not a C. I see you was trying to tell me page 100. But nah, man, shit. It don't matter. We got it all. We just want to provide accurate information to the people. We don't have to make anything up. There's no reason for none of this stuff. I don't know why they keep trying to do this. We don't operate in that manner. They from Africa. Look at the audacity of this dummy. Hey, look, he said, y'all can't see his comment, right? But I'm finna show y'all something. He said in his comment, no, let me approve his comment. He said that I couldn't explain the photo. What is he talking about? Put a 1 in the chat if I explained the photo to any of y'all. Put a 2 in the chat if I didn't explain the photo. Whose interpretation of this are we going to yield our results to? Again, put a 1 in the chat if I explained the photo. If you feel that I didn't explain the photo, put a 2 in the chat. While y'all are doing that, I'm going to update the source description in the video so that people that are catching the replay can have access, because they may not be able to extract it from the chat that will be live. So I just want to make sure that everybody, I don't care on what side of the argument you are, that you have access to anything that we do over here on our channel, and get the likes up. So Kevin Rossum, you said 2. Hit the link. Hit the link and have your source ready. I don't understand how everybody else in the chat can say that I explained it, and then you say that I don't explain it. Ava Aki says he wanted you to look at the pictures and not read what was this description under the art. Yeah, he did. He was serious about that. No, don't read that, don't read that. Just look at the picture. No, don't do that. Don't be right. Just make it up. Come on, man, bro. That's so some lazy. Boy, that's it's crazy. It's crazy, bro. All right, so I did update the sources. So I'm gonna exit out of those sources. And let me exit out of this other stuff. That gives people access to everything that I shown outside of dude steering a conversation somewhere that it did not need to go. Let's try this again, though. Let's try this again. Kevin Rossum, come and show and prove that. Okay, so come prove it. Come prove that it don't say Africans. Come prove it. I'll pull it back up. Come prove that it don't say Africans. No, bro. Come prove it that they weren't Africans. Come refute the primary source, bro. The primary source in itself said that they were Africans. Just come prove it. Come prove that African is not Negro. Come do that in that source. Prove it. It's easy to do. You should be very easily ready to refute that. Come prove that African and Negro are not the same. Come prove it. Link in the chat. Don't waste your fingers away, bro. Don't waste your fingers away. V note, don't even think you finna hop up here. Kevin Rossum, come prove that African and Negro is not the same. Let's go. Let's go. Let's deal with this. Come on. Pull up. Come prove it, bro. Come teach me. Come share your screen and edify us all. The 1828 Webster Dictionary gonna debunk them. It's gonna debunk them. The 18 is gonna debunk them. They can bring it all. They can use all of that. He better not use the 1828 dictionary. No, Kevin, come prove that African and Negro are not the same. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Come on, man. We waiting on you to show up. Pull up. Pull up on me. Come on, man. Pull up on me. Pull up on me. Negro. A native or descendant of the black race of men in Africa. The word is never applied to the tawny or olive-colored inhabitants of the northern coast of Africa, but to the more southern race of men who are quite big black. Come on, man, hit the like button. Why I'm shouting on likes, bro? Where you at, Kevin? Kevin. Rossum. You said African and Negro are not the same. Come on, man. Don't tuck it. Don't, you know what I mean? Don't tuck your tail now, bro. Stand on business. Stand on business, bro. You want me to pull up Jack D. Forbes? You want me to pull up Jack D. Forbes? What you want me to do? Where your sources at, bro? The man said the Negro, bro. You know what we talking about, right? You know what we talking about. The Spanish is talking right now. And that whole entire source, and then you finna tell us what they meant when they told us in their own words. And your refutation to that, is to keep commenting in the chat. Prove it. Prove it. I just showed you a source that said it does. Now prove it. Prove it. Prove it. You want another source? You want another source? Just let me know. Let me know if you want another source, bro. All right, let me hold on. I ain't even got to ask you no more. Let me talk to the people out there. My apologies, y'all. I put the link in the chat, and at this particular point of the conversation, Kevin Rossum does not have an argument. He only has an argument with the chat. So I'm going to allow him to continue to stay in the chat and make his arguments with the chat, as they do not pertain to me and what we're talking about and what we've been talking about this entire time. So in order to derail this topic, Kevin has to do something with it. Apparently he has a comprehension problem and he doesn't understand what I'm asking him to do. It's called click on the link that I posted in the chat and come prove your argument. Until then, I ain't even dealing with that. So real quick, hold on, before I even say anything. So Kevin Rossum, you are aware that we pulled up a source that is regarding the Americas. We pulled up a source. We ain't in Africa. We're in the Americas. So when we go look it up according to the Americas and its interpretation of the word Negro, it is damn sure talking about motherfuckers from Africa. Negro, in the sense of how this source is being used, is talking about Africa. In 1854, the screen, make it bigger. Should be. In 1854, California State Supreme Court sought to bar all non-Caucasian from equal citizenship and civil rights. The court stated, the word black may include all Negroes, but the term Negro does not include all black persons. We are of the opinion in the words white, Negro, mulatto, and black person, whenever they occur in our Constitution, must be taken in their generic sense, that the words black person in the 14th section must taken as a contradistinguished from white, and necessarily includes all races other than Caucasian. As convoluted as the quote may be, it expresses a strong tendency in the history of the United States, a tendency to identify two broad classes of people, white and non-white, citizens and non-citizens, or semi-citizens. The tendency to create a two-caste society often clashed with the reality of a territory which included many different types of people of all colors and different degrees of intermixture of European American, African, and Asian. American Indian people, whether of unmixed ancestry or mixed with other stocks, were at the times affected by the tendency to create a purely white-black social system, especially when living away from a reservation or the tribal homeland. In the British slave colonies of North America along the Atlantic coast, many persons of American ancestry were at times classified as black, Negroes, mulattoes, or people of color. And these terms were, of course, used for people of African ancestry. The manner in which Americans and part Americans were sometimes classified as mulattoes or people of color from New England or South Carolina and in the colonial empires or explored elsewhere. The purpose here is to illustrate how the term Negro has been applied to people of American descent. The concept of Negro needs first to be analyzed in terms of its historical development. As noted elsewhere, in the late medieval period in Italy and Iberian Peninsula saw people being variously classified as Albo, Alvi, Bianco, Bronco, White, Nude, Negra, Negri, Negro, Negre, Preto, Black, and as immediate colors of Loro, Loru, Lure, Berrettino, Rufo, Pardo, Vastri, etc. We have read this chapter over and over on multiple platforms. It is apparent from the evidence that the term Negro or equivalent was not used for a race or for a single stock of people or the points of ancestry or ethnicity. It was usually a simple description for the perceived color or appearance. We find many instances where a deep color Negro is used when describing persons, or Negro, Algo, Loro, or Lori, Cassi, Negro, etc. It is quite clear that the perception of color is being described and not ancestry, ethnicity, or race. Muslims or Saracens are often described, as noted earlier, in the terms of being Negro, Bianco, or Loro, for example. In the 1543 Spanish Crown Order, the mulattoes could not be taken as slaves to America under the general license for esclavos negros. In translation, in a brief, mulatto and slaves who are not Negroes were forbidden to go to Americas without a special royal license. So again, mulattoes and other slaves who are not Negroes could not go to the Americas. What do you mean? Thus, in the late medieval and early modern period, there is no equivalent to the recent North American tendency to utilize the terms Negro or Black for persons of alleged Negro or Black ancestry. People were usually described as black, olive, brown, red, copper, or whatever, according to their skin or hair color only, according to racial scheme. On the other hand, there was a tendency to also utilize the term in its functional equivalent, more, in a very broad sense. Durer, for example, although certainly aware of the existence of the Americas, is recorded for stating that there were only two types of human beings, white and black. The Portuguese, as we shall see, also tended to use the term Negro to encompass many non-Africans, people whose skin color was a shade brown. It would appear that in this sense, black can be conceived of as the opposite of white in a dualistic mode of thinking of all humans must logically fall into one of two categories. In the usage of Negro or more also becomes equivalent to non-white or third world in recent usage. This nigga is dumb in the chat. We must, however, briefly explore the use of meaning of more, more, Negro, negre, etc. before arriving at a premature conclusion. Nevertheless, to summarize, we can say that the Negro and the equivalents meant a range of color or shades. For humans, generally dark brown, always less extreme than the true black, but approaching the darkness of black, and also including very often people of medium shades or browns whose colors seem to contrast sharply with whites, clear shades. Now listen, I ain't even got to read this in full context. I can scroll right on down and show you the use of the word Negro deferring and referring to people of African descent in this same chapter. We're in America. You finna tell me that the word Negro don't denote people of African descent. So again, a native descendant of the black race of men in Africa. Is that not what a Negro is? It is a noun. It is remarkable that a common people retain the exact Latin pronunciation of the word nigar. Fuck out of here. You scared to hop on the panel. African is not a color. Yeah, they do, Khalil. They do miss resources. But that's the reason why I brought up J.D. Forbes, is because their only assertion is to originally, and we're all aware of this, originally, we all know that the use of the word Negro in the Americas earlier by the Spanish was not denoting people of African descent. Initially, it grew into that. It grew into that later, when they were clear on their distinctions that these people that inhabited the Americas when they arrived were not Negroes. They wasn't the black people. They wasn't black. They started denoting them as something other than that. These classifications become meticulously stupid at one degree. But for him to sit here and say, from a source that we're reading, that it wasn't talking about motherfuckers in Africa is beyond me. I showed the fucking source on the screen. I showed the primary. He gonna argue against the primary. He gonna argue against the secondary. He gonna argue against the tertiary sources. 3 sources. He gonna argue against them. They're telling you who these people was, bro. In a time period in the 1580s. I don't know about Buddy. You know what I'm saying? He got a lot to say, but he ain't got a lot to save. You understand what I'm saying? Uh-oh, what up, Sharonda? What's good with you? You got a lot to say, ain't said nothing. Ain't said nothing. Kevin Rossum, hit the link, my boy. Hit the link, my boy. Hit the link. Gullah, you late, bro. We done went through the debate. You know what I'm talking about? We done went through the first round of the debate and chopped it up and hit it with the real deal sources in the whole 9 yards and read Buddy sources back to him. You missed the show, Gullah. All right, listen, bro. This how I'm finna play it. I asked for Kevin Rossum to hit the link. I didn't ask for V-Note. You came up here and you tried and you cried, and then you're gonna tell me that I didn't explain the source. You didn't want to read the source. You wanted to look at a picture, conclusion according to a visualization of something that was clearly giving us a description. So avoid the description. You wanted to go from there. So the Zodivian Bible separates North Africans from Black Africans, just like the definition Sean just read. Boom. Boom. That was the whole game plan. That is why Egyptians if Egyptians come to America, they wouldn't even be considered Black. They would be considered white. What up, brother?
What going? What's up, everybody? Peace to the Masi. Everybody in the chat. How everybody living? Look, what's happening, brother? Melanated goddess. Peace to y'all, the usuals. You know, peace to y'all. But yeah, I want to make sure that link worked because there's some typing going on, but demonstration. So demonstration beat conversation all day, every day, twice on Sunday. You feel me? So
really, let me show you something real quick. Bro. Let's show you something. Oh, I gotta get to it so I can put it up. And I want you
get to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
My fault, brother.
No.
I ain't trying to throw you off your gun. I know you thinking right now, you trying to handle something. But I want to throw you off your thought process. But have you ever seen African used as a color?
No.
Like, I don't want to go to the whole crayon argument because that's kind of weak. But it's like, bro, I've never seen an African color crayon or nothing, man. It's like, where are they getting that from? And then you put the shit right up there. They want to talk about Jack D4s. Boom. Put it up there. You feel me? And yet they talking some wild mess, yo. That shit crazy, man. But go ahead and do what you doing, brother.
Okay, so I want to show you something real quick. So before you arrived, right, V-Note hopped up and put a YouTube video in the chat. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you V-Note shit, and then I'm gonna tell you where we was at, and then you tell me if I explain this to you accurately. Okay? You let me know if you can understand this.
I'm tracking. Okay.
If you can't understand this, then I need to do a better job at explaining this, pimping. All right, so I'm gonna keep it real easy and subtle. I don't need to muddy the water, do anything like this. So this is V-Note's source. He says that in this video of his or whatever, that these are originally his argument was that these were Black people in the Americas originally, that they're not African. They're not natives. These are the Black people that they saw. That's what he says. So when I went to pull up the source, it said this: the image of black in Western art, Volume 3, Part 2. We see this, the first visual representation of enslaved African in the Americas. But this is the whole source. It's more to what he got on the screen. Digging for gold. Same picture, so you can't deny it. Except for this got something to say. He said, don't read this. Only look at the picture and tell me who you see. Ain't them black people.
Repeat that last sentence you just said. What you said, what he said. I want to make sure I understand what he's trying to get across here clearly. Say that one more time.
He said, to avoid this, what they're saying this is, focus on the picture. So I said, no, let's read what it says. I said, it comes from an anonymous and undated manuscript, the Histoire Naturelle des Indies, written probably by a French traveler associated with Francis Drake voyages between 1570s and 1580s. The image depicts African slaves in each step of the process of digging for gold. Work that the Spanish colonists wouldn't allow Indians to do for them, and feel that the indigenous people would understand gold's value and then attempt to force out the Spanish. So then I went to the source because it provided it to us. I pulled the source up. Okay. This is the source that we read from the previous. Pull this up. And I go down to the source, right? All the way down here. Okay, I go down a little bit more. Here we go. Here go the source. So again, you see it, same picture.
Same picture.
Right, same writings, nothing changed. It says how the Negro slave work and look for the gold in the mines of the region called Panama. That's what they're saying. So
Kevin, goddess.
Go ahead.
I said, shout out melanated goddess. That's all, because she Afro-Panamanian, I believe. Go ahead, brother. Keep kicking.
Right. So Kevin Rossum's argument is saying that Negroes in this instance can be denoting people of African descent. So he makes a separate argument from the first person said, damn all the words, all this explaining who these people are, and focus on the picture. But when you read the damn shit and it's telling you and it's giving you the description, it is specifically telling you right here, look, the Spaniards buy a great number of Negroes from Africa. But Kevin Rossum just said Negroes can't denote people of African descent, but they're buying blacks from Africa. Kevin Rossum, in their own words, the Spaniards buy a great number of blacks from Africa. So Negro in this sense is denoting people of African descent.
Damn. I could be honest with you, Sean.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can't explain that no better, man. You already went over the Negro. They talk about how the Negro slaves work and look for the gold in the mines of the region called Panama, right? Under that, you have a further description, right? And so for someone to say, mind you, I'm gonna get into this also later on in a minute. Mind you, he said, don't look at the description, just look at the picture. In the chat, he's saying that's not his argument. But I know for a fact that is his argument because I witnessed this argument. Me, not a coincidence, and the same weirdo Vino looked at the same picture about a month and a half ago on Not a Coincidence show. The live ain't up no more because it went past the 12-hour mark. But I clipped this motherfucker, and I can't do it on here because it'll be messed up to not see because I told him I'll do it over there. I'll send him the link and we'll play it or whatnot and watch how this dude got decapitated. And now this is the second decapitation. I'm witnessing on the same argument. technically 3 times because he pulled up at each one teach one time talking about the same picture. He didn't even he couldn't even pull up the source. He had a screenshot of this. You feel me? Yeah. So yeah, it clearly states what a Negro is. We already went over that. Clearly talks about what this picture right here he wants to keep bringing up is talking about how the Africans who are currently in Panama at this time in that region are doing what? Digging for gold. Why are the Africans digging for gold and not the Indians? Because it also says earlier they didn't want the Indians to find out the value of said gold and then therefore force the Spanish out. It's very self-explanatory, brother. I ain't gonna hold you. It's not rocket science at all. This is the primary. This is what he wanted to look at. So to pull up a picture or whatnot and then disagree with the description of the picture clearly shows an agenda, lack of comprehension, and he just what we say in the corridor, he just fool up. He dumb as fuck, man. So yeah, that's how I feel about that.
So yeah, so he tried to say it wasn't, but he came on here and that's what he said. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, he want to make an argument, but you can't make an argument and then try to go against it when the primary is on the screen. Bro, we dealing with the primary at this point. Fuck what you talking about. So then I pulled up the other source, right? This description that has the whole images in it, but it's still the same picture. Still got the same description notice in here, the translation and all of that. And it says it. This region is very dangerous. The Negroes live there only a short time, and no day and night passes without rain, lightning, and thunder because this land is so close to the equatorial line, being not fertile in goods. It, however, has a great deal of gold, good gold. The King of Spain permits the Spanish and the Indies to settle to build mines and own the gold in them as long as they can pay him the tribute of 1/5 of everything they find, gold, silver, as well as precious stones. Like, we ain't even got to go through all of that, bro. Like, we know what's going on. It is there. For him to exercise that ignorance is crazy. It's just like Mike TV and his argument about and you was a part of that too, Gullah, were African, are black people in America, Native Americans, or
you talking about when Kelly had that conversation with that dude?
Yes. I played his first round of that debate between him and Khaled, and I pulled his exact sources up and elaborated and give it context. And he was very disingenuous to Khaled in that conversation, as his little screenshots that he clipped up wasn't saying the same shit. And then when you read his sources back to him, you be like, hold up, they painted themselves in gay colors.
Now let me ask you this real quick. I'm not asking if you played it, but did you watch when I came on and then did the rebuttal joint? Like, yo, Kelly do straight up lie, yo. This is his source, and I went through it.
Oh, I ain't played that. I ain't got to that.
You ain't got, even if you don't, but just peep that, yo, your own personal leisure time or whatnot, bro. But yeah, and just to try to provide a little bit of comic relief, bro. I know you serious and whatnot, yo, and it's very professional and structured. I appreciate it. You feel me? But Kevin Russell, that dude now forevermore would be named Kevin Possum because he up here goddamn on some whole, you know, weirdo sissy job. You feel me? You gave him the link 4-5 times. I made sure the link worked. You feel me? Here I am. But here they are still in the chat or whatnot. And Vino just weird, bro. We sit here talking about, you got to play that old Soulja Boy clip from Breakfast Club. Drake. Like, we talking about Drake? Like Francis Drake, bro. That's what we talking about. Yeah. Still three platforms, 3 channels later. You know what I mean? He still want to die on the same hill. That shit crazy, bro. But yeah, go ahead and keep cooking, man. This shit crazy.
Yeah, he want to die on the hill. What the hell, Gideon over here lurking. Not a coincidence in the chat right there. Oh, it's crazy. All these people witnessed that, man. You know what I'm saying? They witnessed it, bro. Ain't nothing to run from. Even listen, I'm gonna tell you something crazy. The Abos is watching, and they won't even comment in the chat. They won't even comment in the chat, bro. They won't say nothing. They don't want no part of this conversation. They seen me play the rebuttal. They seen me go through the stuff. They seen this other exchange. They don't want no part, bro. The demand is too high. They can't share their screen. They can't pull up no source. Vino in the back dying off the same thing he been dying off of. Emotional. And then he can't come back up here because I show as Vino to share his screen. And he said that he on his cell phone. Oh, that's dead. Now, your boy is still in the chat. Look what he's saying in the chat. It's an American depiction. Bro, this ain't no American depiction. Hold on.
Maybe we got to get a map. Pull a map up. Is he getting caught up on the time frame? I mean, all right, so cool. Is Panama part of America in that time frame? We can just start. I don't know. This, Lord Jesus.
What language is this written in right here?
It's not English.
It says Descendants.
That ain't English right there, brother. That ain't English. That is not English right there.
The picture is not American, you fool. It comes out of the book. It comes out of this source, bro. Hold on, let me pull up the original book.
Where Francis Drake from, man? I mean, we got to take it to the root, man, because now African is a color. I mean, at one time they say that English is their native language, but that book right there ain't written in English. I don't fucking know. I'm confused. You got some French Huguenots up in here. Like, come on, man.
In 1983, the Morgan Library and Museum received as the bequest of Clara S. Peake, an extraordinary volume whose beautiful paintings and descriptions documents plant, animal, and human life of the Caribbean late in the 16th century. Spaniards had already begun to exert influence over the indigenous peoples in the area. Of explorers from England and France arrived. Among them was Sir Francis Drake. The volume, known as the Drake Manuscript and entitled Histoire Naturelle des Indes, when it was bound in the 18th century, gives us a wonderful picture of the daily life of the time of Drake's many visits to the region. Although Drake's connections to the manuscript is uncertain, he is mentioned on more than the occasion by authors. Drake himself is known to have painted, but none of his work survives. The work presented in this digital facsimile is from the hands of two or more artists, most likely French, and the descriptions are French as well. French Huguenots were known to have traveled with Drake, but rather these artists were with him remains unproven. In Verlin Klickenborg's introduction to the facsimile, we are given the background necessary to appreciate this magnificent manuscript to its fullest extent. What did I just tell you? French. Most likely by two or more French artists. How, Kevin, is this pictures? Come on, man. You tripping, bro. Your argument is so fucked up because it's chatty. You in the chat and you fucking it all up. You just making up stuff, bro. You dancing around the gist of the argument. Straight up.
He just catching nails left and right. South America, Panama, melanated goddess who from Panama. Man, this thing crazy. Look, how you go? Kevin just got to quit. I mean, you can't just keep catching L after L after L, man. Come on, Kevin Possum. This shit is sad. Real quick, I'm gonna let it go. To pull up this Francis Drake primary is not that hard. You can literally just type in the Francis Drake PDF. You can go to this in the archive orgs, like to purposely, or even if you ain't even trying to mess up this information right here. You type kind of slow, bro. Sorry, not sorry, but yeah, you kind of slow.
Yo, bro, this dude, bro. This. Weird.
I mean, maybe if you drop the link one more time, they might come on, try to provide some information. Maybe Vino had to get to the crib, hop on the laptop or something. You know, I
He
don't
was
know.
already home. Every time Vino get on the show, he at home. He at home, bro. He ain't got no job. He at home, bro. He ain't got no job, bro. They ain't got no job and no education. Kevin might have a job, but he ain't got no education.
You only give him credit because his last name. Nah, his name Possum, bro. You tried to get. I saw what you did there. I know how we think. We from the South, man. You feel me? You try to cut us some slack because you see that Russ word. Come from a long line of colonizers, probably.
Yep.
Yeah, that shit crazy, man. Shout out to Voss in the chat, bro. Word up, he a real one.
Come on, man. They playing out here, bro.
I'm glad they ain't try to claim Drake as goddamn Black European yet. I don't even know if they did or not. I've been out for a little minute. But yeah, this shit right here is bad. It was Africans that was digging for the gold, bro, in Panama. Did he say don't read the pictures? That's crazy. I hope you clip that, save that. If he really, I know he did, but like, yo, he said that is wild. That's wild. Don't read the letters. Look at the picture.
What he said?
Hey, you got him blocked. He can't join no more.
Nah, I can't. What you mean?
He said, "Cuz got me blocked." Vino.
Oh yeah. He ain't coming up on here. Well,
I mean, Vino, you ain't got no laptop, bro. So, like, if that's the case, I don't blame him. Like, we ain't just gonna be tongue wrestling. You can't provide nothing. You're just gonna talk us to death for a third time.
I asked him specifically. I said, when you join the panel, be prepared to share your screen.
Man,
He joined the panel. He joined the panel, and then he put a link in the back chat. The link was to his YouTube. When I pulled his YouTube up, that is how we get to the point of him trying to misrepresent a source. And if I played the video for the people, you would really hear him misrepresent the source. And then he gonna tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I ain't even explained the picture. So I said exactly what I told to him.
That's crazy, yo. Hey, Vino, if you do have a laptop, again, this is your third time with this, fam. All of us give it up the same as far as like sharing this information, kicking this history or whatever, even just having a conversation, bro. If you got a claim, if somebody's saying something and you got something against it or whatever the case may be, man, provide evidence. That's how I'll kick it. Sean give it up like that. Knack do Lucky. Come on, man. Even when you be on each one, teach one, goddamn D riding or whatnot. Same thing. Right? So is why you and the dude already said don't join the panel if you ain't ready to. So we not churning up here, man. Why you ain't come prepared? You want to come to a gunfight with a goddamn box cutter. You about to get done up. Matter of fact, yeah, he do owe me some slides from like 3 months ago anyway.
He ain't on all the panels that he been on, where it's been hours of content that has been gone through, where he shows up to those panels. He has yet to ever share his screen. We've seen zero information from him. Have you ever seen him share a screen?
Not in that time. Not in that time, bro. That's why I'm like, why you acting surprised like this something new or something? You feel me? Like, nigga, no. Show and prove. And you can't show with your phone. So like, get a laptop. You say you got one, but you don't never use it. I'm confused. You ain't got a lot of kicker, Craig. If you ain't got one, just say you ain't got one. Times is hard. All right, cool. You know what I mean? Shit wild, bro.
Yes, he look what Melanator said. Exactly. Matthew Craiging us to death. Wait till I get on my laptop.
They be in their car or something. Well, I don't even know if Vino got a will. Well, he probably do because he got down Oklahoma. So ain't no public transportation like that. So then again, he might be bumming it. I don't know. But a Chromebook it gonna cost you about $1, yo. $100. You can get you a Chromebook.
Vino say he in Oklahoma.
That what he mouth say. Yeah. But we got people out there. Like I've been to Tulsa the past 3-4 years, and then we got real freedmen out there too. Shout out to Vyasa and whatnot. And we know about the I'm gonna fuck it up, but we know about the Wakota and Wakoki or however you pronounce it. You feel me? Like I know like that's a real struggle with them freedmen out there. Go ahead, bro.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, bro. So matter of fact, because I'm noticing a trend, and I'm all about. I don't agree with y'all, but I be wanting better fights. You feel me? Like this shit kind of tight weak, man. Y'all don't be coming like I said, box cutter to we over here with ARs and got the ARPs and all types of got everything you can think of. You feel me? So like, bro, if y'all need some goddamn laptops, bro, go to Best Buy. Use Klarna, KLARNA. Make some damn payments on the bitch. So I don't know. Put a deposit down, get the joint, pay every 2 months. Build your credit while you do it. But y'all some low vibration Negroes. Y'all probably ain't gonna put. Never mind, fuck it. But I don't know what to do. I don't know what to tell y'all, man. But y'all gotta do better, man. Step y'all bread up or something. Bread, methodology, and scholarship. Till then, we over here goddamn V-Note, smoke signal. How your name smoke signal? You don't want no smoke. Like the whole lot of you people is weird. The lot of you.
He ain't on no laptop. Lying ass.
He not. You know he not. He gonna come up here and talk. You know what?
I asked you the first time to come on here with your laptop. You was at home. You was at home, bro. You was at home. You did not really.
Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead. No. You good, bro.
He said he on one now, but check it. Oh, man, I'm on the laptop. I was working. How you was working, but you at the crib? Man, you lie too damn bad. But Vyasa said if you really from Oklahoma and you really them people or whatnot, they give out computers and technology and all types of grants or whatnot. So if you're really from the people, you might want to utilize your resources because you out here looking bad, tight bummy.
Again, bro. I'm telling you. I ain't
give him a shot, yo. Give him a shot.
I ain't got that kind of. I already dealt with them. You know what I'm saying? It's
I know.
You know what I'm saying? It's different than the facts, bro. But we already done went through the facts. We didn't deal with this shit, bro.
But maybe if he got a chance to,
he did the same thing on 3 different pages.
He did, bro. That shit crazy. But maybe this time he listened to what we were saying this time. So he said he got the laptop. He got the link. If you see him in the waiting room, don't say nothing, Vino. Just present. Just hit the present button. You don't gotta say a damn word. Just hit present. And we'll go from there. But if that can't happen, don't waste nobody's time, bro. Come on, man. We grown out here. So, yeah. Mac trolling you, bro. That shit crazy. But yeah, man, Vino, what's happening? We see Kevin done. Yeah, he done hightailed it. He couldn't stand the rain no more. So, mm, you said I done dealt with it. I feel you. I ain't got the patience neither. Vino, don't try this shit no more, bro. 3 strikes you out. You was dead the first time with Nat.
You
For
know,
real, for
you could have came in on your regular page, bro.
Yeah, man, I'm on the laptop, man. So what you want me to show the picture?
You still putting shit in the private, bro. Share your screen. Share your screen. Share your screen.
Okay, man. But this is my first time being on a laptop.
That's
on
fine.
motherfucking on YouTube, man. So let me see how I can do this. So what I gotta press present.
Yeah.
You know, I just told you that, bro. You know, I just said that. You know,
Hold
good
on,
and damn
man.
well, I gave you all the instructions
Hold
before
on,
you
let
got
me
up
see.
here.
Hold on, real quick. Share
You
screen.
even violating
Okay.
already. You ain't even supposed to be talking. Just hit
Share
present.
screen. Okay, hold on. Let me
Now, you
get
want to
my
do the
shit together.
tab or that? Because I don't know what kind of shit you got. As a matter of fact, just share the tab. Do not click on entire screen. Do not. Please don't.
Hey,
Just,
man, but go on and mute me up real quick until I find my little thing. I'm
oh,
put my little
Lord
shit together.
Jesus. Have mercy. Y'all better be lucky we do this tech shit. We gotta walk and we gotta troubleshoot before we troubleshoot.
I don't know why this shit echoing.
You gotta mute your YouTube. So you know when you click the YouTube thing, you should have another tab. You gotta mute that no, not yourself. The YouTube. You're in StreamYard right here. God damn. I'm being patient. Matter of fact, let me get my IT voice on. God damn. Can't even chill at home, Sean P. Gotta work with me.
And I didn't mute him, by the way. He muted himself.
We know. We know. As soon as I said mute, he muted the wrong thing. You gotta mute the YouTube, brother. You probably still hear me. I'll revoke his Freeman license. Lord Jesus, he ain't even got one. He ain't got one, bro. He ain't got a license plate.
He damn sure ain't gonna pull up no dogs roll numbers and none of this shit. That's gonna get him up out of there.
Don't pull up no pictures, cause I be out there too damn much. Nowhere near that damn baseball field. I tell you that right now.
Hold it down for a second. Hold it down for a second.
Yeah, for sure. Vino, come on, man. So look, you got multiple tabs up, at least 2. The YouTube one, it's gonna have a red circle. Click on that. I mean, no, the YouTube is gonna have a sound button. Click on that. That's what you mute. Go back to the red circle, the StreamYard. Unmute from that one. He probably trying to clear out all kinds of shit from his history. I hope so. He ain't trying to see none of that. That supposed to be liking white girls and all kinds of weird shit. Vino, come on, man.
All right, I think I got it together. Hold on, let me. Yeah, man, my whole thing, man.
Hold on, no. Nope. There you go. Yeah. You is not about to talk me to death. This is not my. I done see you die already. I'm not trying to. No, that shit'll be torture. Just hit present, bro. It's at the bottom of the screen. You got mute.
I know, but I'm trying to show my picture.
You don't got
to show the link. The same thing he was showing.
Do you have it pulled up already?
No, just like I say, man, I be twerking off my phone. I really don't even know.
I don't recommend twerking on. I don't recommend twerking on social media, brother. Nobody.
I'm saying, man. Okay, I guess it's 2024, man. It ain't 2010, man.
Nah, I'm just saying whatever you
Yeah,
talk
that's what I'm
about
saying.
twerking is
You
what I'm
don't know the
saying
lingo
because
yet, man. You need to catch
listen.
up.
You're not even hearing me, bro.
You need to catch up.
You're not even hearing me. Calm down,
Hold
sir.
on. Damn,
Again,
where the
I'm
fuck
big
I just
dogging this
went,
shit.
bro?
If you twerking off your phone, it's gonna do you no justice because you can't share your screen. If you can't share your screen, you can't talk, nigga. It's very simple. I ain't talking about what what you trying to say I'm talking about, bro. Like, come on, bro. Don't be lame. Multiple ways. Let's not do that.
Man, it's not, man. What the fuck?
Bro, Francis Drake. I even told you, I done told the whole crowd how to get the damn source, bro. Francis Drake, PDF.
Francis Drake had already said that he talked
Bro,
to me.
see, you're talking. You need to be getting the source. I'm walking you through it. Shut up
Man,
and
all
hear
my
what I'm
sources
saying.
is in the
I already got
phone.
to walk.
Man,
And I'm
all my
sitting here
sources is
telling
in my
you how to
phone,
shit.
man.
I'm
Hold on,
telling you
man.
how
Let
to
me
get
try
it.
to see.
Melanated goddess, do
Man, I'm
this,
fixing to
right?
put y'all in the
I'm
body
about to
bag as soon
have,
as I can present
see,
it.
you,
As soon as I can
Sean,
present it,
you
you're going in
this
the
nigga,
body
because it's
bag.
about to go left. I respect the Masi, Kofi, all y'all. You know, me and Ben got the same Bible. Make me cuss this brother out on here, bro, because I'm trying.
I don't know what this dude talking about.
So, yeah, so V, check it, right? He don't got to go nowhere, but V. Get the source, bro. That's all you gotta do. I don't walk the whole melanated goddess. Do this with us. 93, Vyasa, whoever. Because I know you said you busy just now. Boom. Francis, pull up a web browser. Francis space Drake space PDF. Boom. Which one do you want? You want the archive.org? You want like which one? It's gonna be the same as that, the same one Sean P just had up multiple times. Which one would you like, sir? Or ma'am, they, them, whomever. You feel me? God dog. And then from then, that's when you unmute after you present the damn screen, then you can talk. Come on, bro. Y'all dudes is wild, man.
What's up? Can y'all see my screen?
No, did you hit present yet?
Yeah, man, I hear present, but it's a, but now it's saying
It's gonna
get it.
It's going.
Stop the screen. Okay.
Lord, why you taking us to YouTube?
No, I'm saying like I'm trying to get to how I'm able to. Man, this is crazy. I don't even know how to move on here like this to be able to show my shit.
Bro, listen. When you sharing your screen, it says Chrome tab or whatever kind of computer that you have. It is literally telling you, and you get to choose what you want to share. You chose YouTube instead of the image that you were referring to. As soon as you hit present, a box comes up and says choose what share.
I know I did that, but I just copied the thing that I wanted to present, but it's not showing me right there what I just copied.
No, you have to open it up in a you have to open it up in a browser, bro. What you just put in the back? What is this?
Come on, man. Don't do me like that, man. I'm trying to figure
That's
this shit
YouTube.
out.
Oh my God.
I'm trying to figure this shit out, man, on the presenting. Come on, okay. I mean, but just bring up the picture that I had up and let's
No.
I mean, I'm saying let me talk about that. I want to ask some questions about that, and then I'm also gonna try to pull up these texts or pull up these.
You can't even pull up the first one, so don't put the cart before the horse, dog. Okay, pull up this one first. Don't talk about shit else. Trying to put the cart before the horse. You're trying to count the eggs before they hatch. That's ass backwards.
I'm telling
Granny
him to
ain't
just pull
telling
it
you
up.
that.
Okay,
no,
just pull.
You up here. This your argument. You pull it up.
I don't know how to pull it up.
And I don't walk you. I can't get no. You know what, bro? Okay, I'm gonna do this one more time. Let me do it for somebody on the spectrum. All right,
just
cool.
Pull it up.
No, you can just pull it up.
You gotta learn how to do this shit, bro. You want to sit here and you want to talk all this shit in the chat. You type them 1,000 miles.
I just want to talk about the facts. I don't want to talk about how to
Shut up, capital V, Junior.
I just want to talk about the facts.
Junior, shut up. I'm gonna walk you through it one more again. When you hit present, you walk with me. Is you doing this? Is you clicking?
Okay.
Hit click present. The left click, left side of the mouse. Click
bro.
present.
I ain't got 88 likes, but we got 80 goddamn. We got 76 likes. We got, you know what I'm saying? Y'all voted though.
Okay, I got share screen.
Listen, stop. Shut up. I'm gonna tell you what to do. Okay, cool. As you see the tab option, you're gonna have multiple web pages you already have pulled up. Click whichever one it is you got. You're trying to share a website, correct?
Nah, man, I'm trying to share my video that's on my YouTube page.
Oh, are we going in circles now? Why are we going in circles?
Man, I'm saying because he never did answer the questions about that. So we can get to that.
Here's my question.
You got it. I tried.
We can get to the Drake stuff.
First of all, the questions was answered. Period. Point blank. They were answered.
My question was the main question was for the picture because you're just trying to say because they black. That's not my main argument.
I didn't say that.
My main argument is that they don't have on no clothes. The Africans that was imported was clothes.
What?
Yeah, the Africans.
Show me images from the 15. Show me images from the 1500s that had Af clothes.
It's in the text on what they were describing them on what they had to go through to be able to come over to America.
Listen to me. Yeah. Use your phone. Find me a text from the 1500s showing Africans in clothes. Because guess what they did when they give descriptions of Africans when they went into Africa? They said they go naked, covering their private areas.
So, they covering their private areas. They not naked. If they covering their private areas, they not naked.
Yes,
right?
it's considered naked to them, bro. They're
Come on. That's not true. Bro. That's not true.
So when a woman got her titties out, you see her booty cheeks, but you ain't really seeing her coochie because she got a little print over a little thing over there. What is that?
She's not fully naked.
Oh,
bro,
man. If she naked, I'm not naked.
How y'all gonna drag y'all voice on that, but not gonna drag your voice
on
the other
shit? This ain't even a sound argument that you're trying to make. Period.
What you mean? They was when they was important Africans.
No, you're talking about
they was important Africans. They was
you're not making
they was turning them out to be.
They were not fully clothed. They were not fully clothed.
Man, they is religious. They not doing it in their religion. They not doing it in the They're not doing it in their religion.
Yo, use your cell phone and find a source that says that they were fully clothed when they enslaved the Africans and brought them to the Americas.
Okay, I got that. Hold on. I got that for you. So when I show that and they say that they had on clothes because of they because
get a fucking source and not talk us to death. Please. That's all we asking. And it don't matter if they was naked or not naked. We looking at Africans in this picture.
It do matter because them is the same niggas that Balboa seen in the same area. That these niggas tried to say they came on the goddamn boat.
No, it is not. No, it is not. No, it is not. Can you read? Can you read?
It's the same area.
Can you read?
It's the same area.
Can you read?
It's the same.
What does that say on the screen? What does that say on the screen?
Same area.
What does it say on the screen?
The book say probably in the middle.
No.
The book say probably.
No.
That's not fact.
Zoom in. The book don't say probably. This source don't say probably. This source don't say probably nowhere. This source don't say probably nowhere.
No, in the beginning of the book, when you was reading the introduction, it said probably.
It wasn't the beginning of the book. This is how I know you were confused, brother. Let me explain something to you. The very first source that we used wasn't the primary source. It was a secondary source. So I went to the primary. And when I went to the primary, that supersedes the secondary source. And this
what did
gives
the primary
us,
source
well,
say?
no, probably another. Nigga, it's on this goddamn screen. We read it 1,000 times.
Vino, the primary supersedes you too. Everything you trying to say
What
is
did the
irrelevant.
primary source say?
If we looking at it right now, you ignoramus, Negroes from Africa.
Not from Africa from the picture. I'm telling you, they're not Africans because of what they got on.
How?
Where do you see problems?
How are these not Africans because of what they got on?
Because they naked. When they was bringing Africans over here, they had them clothed because of their religion.
No,
they not bringing no naked Africans over here.
No, you're not even.
Not doing it.
Hey, where is your source? Where is your source?
Their clothing.
Where is your source?
They're investing money.
The primary ain't agreeing with you, bro. We're looking at the primary. We're looking at it. We got it. It's right here. We got the goddamn primary.
Yeah, they in Panama in the same area where Balboa said he seen. Where Balboa said he seen some Africans.
Sean, he's giving the best sound clips right now, bro.
But
let him keep going.
But you trying to say that because
we ain't saying nothing. The primary saying everything.
Over here. Come on, man. The niggas is lying. I'm saying the primary lying. I'm saying that the primary lying, nigga.
You got some. You saying the primary line? Hold on. Say it again. You said the primary line?
Nigga, the primary line. Nigga, the primary line about the Balboa shit. They not giving the
All right. This Negro just said the primary is lying.
Bruh, that's what I'm telling you. He was giving you the best clips. First, he said the Africans was clothed they was on the boats because of their religion. I was like, yo, oh shit, that's new. And then B, the nigga just said the primary lion. So then what? We go off what he say? What his grandma say? They the new primary.
He's gotta provide evidence that the primary is incorrect. He can't primary is lying because it's a primary source. He has to demonstrate that there was something in the source that would be illegitimate, therefore we can't consider it as valuable evidence. He has to do that. He didn't do that.
Did you mute him or did you mute him?
I booted that motherfucker.
Wow,
because ain't no goddamn way I'm gonna sit and listen to a nigga tell me this is lying.
The primary lying. Yeah, I feel you. That's the epitome of denialism. Would it not be? The primary is lying. That's bro. Clip it, bro. I'm telling you. That right there.
Goddamn fault because he says, Sean, you never let anybody speak. Sean, you never let anybody get their stuff off. Sean, you're too early with it. We're all trying to learn. Yada yada yada. She just all wants them to just express their bullshit. And then here we go. We get another dumb motherfucker that tells us a primary is lying. The people was fully clothed when they came over here across the ship. First of all, it was too goddamn hot on the lower decks of those ships to fucking be fully clothed. It ain't about being sensitive or anything, nigga. It's about the fact that you keep making claims and you can't provide it. So what's up, Melanated?
Peace. I mean, I just keep hearing they keep talking about Panama, so I said, let me just drop a little source, a little wiki information, so that people could understand a little bit about the Black people in Panama versus the non-Black people.
Okay, can't read your source. Go ahead, it's on the screen. You see it? You see it? Can you see it? You're on mute, Melanated.
My bad. I'm over here reading. I had to zoom in. So
Time out. Yeah. No. You good. But I knew something was wrong. I'm like, yeah, damn. Go ahead. There you go. Can you see it?
So Bayano, also known as Bayano or Valano, was an African enslaved by the Portuguese who led the biggest slave revolt in the 16th century in Panama. Captured from the Yoruba community in West Africa, it has been argued that his name means idol. Different tales tell that their revolt in 1552, beginning either on the ship en route or after landing in Panama's Darien province along its modern day border with Colombia. Rebel slaves known as cimarrones set up autonomous regions known as palenques, many of which successfully fended off Spanish control for centuries using guerrilla war and alliance with pirates or indigenous nations who were in similar circumstances. So, just right there, why are the indigenous nations the same as these enslaved Africans who came from the Yoruba community? Because why would they, make a distinction there? And then it goes on to talk about the actual battle. So if anyone wants to, just read on because they think that enslaved Africans just took their enslavement willingly, but this enslaved Africans from Yoruba became fluent in Spanish. He began to basically he rounded up lots of troops and he fought and he got his freedom. Well, he got his freedom and then they ended up capturing him and they killed him. But just it's a very empowering story around enslaved Africans fighting for their liberation, fighting their enslavers, and it tells a big story about how Black people like my father, my mother, my uncle that's here in my house right now, my cousins, my tios, everyone, how these Black people who are the descendants of West Africans ended up in Central America. So stop telling us that we are freaking Mayans and Tainos and Arawaks because we're not. That's all. All right, so I got to say.
Tinky, Mel. Fire. That's dope right there. That's how you start where you stand. That's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. All right, I got a company, so I'm going back in the chat.
Bullshit.
Vino, that's how you come on the show and prove. That's sad. You just want to type all damn day when you can't goddamn share a damn screen. Yeah, that's a dope story right there, though, man. For sure.
Yes. So listen, college nerd, bro. You can say all of that, bro. You said 1552 is late. Bro, the source that you brought to our attention is from the 1580s. So your source is older than the source she just had on the screen.
Hold on.
Can he count?
He just said he just said what she proved was late in the game.
Yeah.
And that was 15, what again? Oh,
1552. 1552. His source from the 1580s.
Yeah. And so what she talking about happened roughly 30 years prior to what he talking about. And what? And he talking about late in the game, even though it's not, regardless of how you look at it, because I mean it kicked off in 1492. That's less than, like, technically it's roughly around 50, 60 years. Like, what? That's not late. And then the shit he talking about happened 30 years after that. So that's roughly 90 years into the game. Come on, man. Lord Jesus. Yeah, like Vyasa said, that's just surface stuff. I took my eyes off the chat for a minute. I'm over looking at this David Drake, this Drake jewel. Vyasa was talking about. Body bag. Cimarrones, Yoruba.
This dude tripping with no map, bro. I never seen no shit like this in a day in my life, bro. I never seen no shit like this. I never seen no. Now the man math ain't mathing. 30 years before the shit you talking about, bro. And you running around there. And by the way, he keep talking about Balboa. So let's go look at Balboa, bro. Balboa the Explorer. That's how I'm put his name in there. Look at this, y'all. Vasquez Nunez de Balboa. Let's get to the business. In 1500, motivated by his master, after the news of Christopher Columbus' voyages to the New World became known, he decided to embark on his first voyage to the Americas. Along with Juan de la Cosa, Rodrigo B. Bastidas expedition. Bastidas had a license to bring back the treasure of the king and queen while yada, 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 yada. So, 1501, he crossed the Caribbean coast from the east of Panama and along the Colombian coast through the Gulf of Uraba toward Cabo del Vila. The expedition continued to explore the northeast of South America until they realized they did not have enough men and sailed to Hispaniola. With his share of the earnings from this campaign, Balboa settled in Hispaniola in 1505, where he resided for several years as a planter and a big farmer. He was not successful in this enterprise and ended up in debt and was forced to abandon life on the island. In 1508, the King of Spain, Ferdinand II, the Catholic, launched the conquest of Tierra Firme. Yada, 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 yada. We don't give a fuck about none of that. It's saying the same thing. We want to see Balboa's accounts. I don't think this is going to give us the account. So I'm going to have to go somewhere and look and pull it up. Okay, so defeating various tribes and brethren, them explorers, mountains, yada, 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 gold and slaves, yada, yada, yada. He don't give a description in this wiki article so far. All right, so what I want to do is I'm going to do a live. Anybody cool with this or not cool with this source? It says facts. Let me check the chat. Bro, you still ain't found an answer to the stupid shit you said, so you might as well stop. I don't even know why you keep on just typing it in the chat, bro. That didn't give us no descriptions. It's a source somewhere. There you go. That ain't gonna show what I need. So let me do it like this. Still took me right back to that. Letters to the King from Balboa. Let's see if he give us. Damn, this shit light. Spam. 1513 letter to Fernandez the Second, Conquistador Vasquez Balboa, pleas to the Spanish king for supplies. His justification for the necessary need for supplies is to further colonization of the Spanish-controlled province surrounding the Gulf. Yada 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 yada. So, through this reason, the reader can view some of the first descriptions of the types of lands, terrains, indigenous people. All right, so that's what we need right there. I need to try to find that. Letters to the King. Let me get it. HTTP. Just did the same shit. That ain't what I need, folks. Let me wipe this shit out. Let me see if it's the same shit. Yep. All right, then. Where you at, Gully? I know I got Balboa's accounts on my other laptop. The first blacks to get to America was 1492 with Christopher Columbus. That's the first blacks. And we got evidence for that. So don't ask us no more questions, Possum. 368 pages. They locked the hell out of that source. Look at that lie right there. That lie was debunked. Damn, that mother locked too. I almost want to pay for that source just so I can show this dude he don't know what the fuck he talking about. Let me try something.
I'm bad. What you looking for?
Oh, you said that. Vasquez letters, his description of the Indians. I mean, a Balboa.
I don't think this is it.
Yeah, I keep on going to Bing or the search engine. So he talks about the Indians, but he doesn't in one of the sources, but he doesn't give a description in this one. This is one thing that I get up because they tell him about the Pacific. Tongue of the land between divides the two Americas.
What specifically about the Balboas you're looking for? I think I found it.
His description of the people that he saw.
I ain't read it in a while, so I'm gonna just send it to you. Put it in the private real quick. You can peruse through it.
I don't care what they say. They say whatever the hell they want to say. I know the dude in the chat, he ain't got no information. That's what I do know.
Yo, you talking about an app?
V-Note.
I know it.
Virgil. That's why he called himself V. You don't nobody know his name, Virgil. Yeah, this motherfucker don't hold on look. This information about war principle that's the one described on the land, the managed habitants, treated the yada yada yada, the Indians fought for their homes. They raised influence. Let me put this on the screen.
You found it?
Nope, not yet. Hold on, let me let this let me get this dude this last strike. I was on the screen. Okay, cool. What's up, last strike?
Hey man, I got that source for you.
Read the source.
I got that. Hold on, hold on. I'm finna put it on my page. Hold on. It's over with.
Put it on your page, nah. Just show it on your screen.
Nah, because I gotta pull it up. I got it screenshot on my phone.
Oh, here we go.
No, we want the link. We want the link. We don't know goddamn screenshot, bro.
Okay, you want the link? Okay, hold on. Let me go to this link. Hold on.
This nigga didn't read shit. And it still ain't gonna help his argument. That's what he don't understand. Bad boy asserts supremacy. This welcome information that once bad boy up on the pinnacle promise. He was urged to lead a starving band towards the promised land of abundance, as many as the crowd into the rain and blah, 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 blah. The land of possession, yada yada yada. Parlay with the Indians. The Indians fought for their homes. Some yada yada yada. Subtly raised influence. All had great means. The Spaniards those days were level. Bull. Cadence. Y'all. Learning about that. Where you at, man?
Hold on, I'm supposed to bring it up. I'm supposed to bring up exactly what it say. Hold on.
Man, shut the stream, man. You take us. It don't take that long. Talking about a screenshot. Balboa was wrecking shop. He didn't give a fuck. He is not but an Indian, half the time going naked, with the manners not of the best. Not such free. That's they ain't giving me. They giving me everything but what I'm looking for. They were nearly naked. That man said they came across the fully clothed on a hot ass ship on the lower deck. This finna be good. What are you talking about? Okay, Vasa. I see. I wasn't paying attention. What it say? Something I want to watch. I know. I get. Yeah, I seen that. What you talking about? I seen that.
You trying to find a specific description, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I want to see how he lists the people, but I mean, we already know that, and then we even know about because they go to goddamn Africans showing up in this description. Here you go. They will find, especially the young girls and children, for though their complexions was brown or copper color, their forms were models of symmetry, their countenances pleasing, and their disposition sweet and admirable. Their defects, for there were things devoid of them, were such as might be expected to arise from the barbarians descended from ancestors. Never been instructed in moral or religion, save in the most brutish forms. They had, of course, no written language, nor hieroglyphic system to perpetuate their thoughts or the traditions of their ancestors, but they were experts in the chants known as the aritio, which they performed to the rude music of drums made of hollowed logs like the timbaye or the tom-tom of the Africans.
Clear distinction.
Mm-hmm.
The natives liked the dead over there. The Africans liked the drums and the tom-tom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Body bag. MV note, man. See, you gonna give it up now or not, yo? That's from the Gutenberg joint, right? That's where you at right now? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it was in there somewhere. I just lived in it forever and I did not know where to find that joint at. But yeah. Yeah, man. Damn V note.
Hey, now can I show the gonna show the link that's in the chat?
Man, just
pull that up.
No, you pull it up.
You want me to pull up another? He want me to pull up another YouTube video.
It's the same link that I'm talking about where it says it's the same thing.
Bro. Why you can't just pull up the link then, bro? Why you doing shit ass backwards?
This nigga
you
just
not getting no views off me?
No. Time out. Vino just uploaded some shit on his channel using ChatGPT.
I didn't use no. Hey man, I put it in the thing, and that's where it came from.
Vino, this is your channel. A screenshot.
Okay, what's the information?
Why are you doing this shit backwards, Vino?
What do the information say on there? This
we ain't got a source. We can't cross.
Okay, just read the information.
Men were given shirts and trousers, and the women were given shirts and.
Okay, they were given clothes. They was clothes.
In the 1500s. No, let me go on and just get this nigga out the way. God damn, bro, this is crazy.
It was clothes. They wasn't naked.
So let me get this straight. Sean P. I gotta make sure I'm tracking. The argument was the people in that picture Drake were not Africans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now he's talking about the Africans did come and they had on clothes, is what he talking about.
Yeah,
so he's not talking.
The African,
why is he Vino? The smart people are talking. Shut up. Vino. Smart people are talking. Vino.
American Negroes
Vino.
that they
The smart
always
people
said
are
that
talking.
was always
Be quiet.
naked, working in the mines.
Oh my God.
That's always naked, working.
Bro, don't talk me to death, bro, and don't YouTube me to death either with your own channel. All right. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that, bro. So his argument was the people who in that picture from Drake, 1580s, right? Those weren't Africans. He said, don't read the depiction. Don't read the description. Just look at the picture. And then now it moved from that to, and we done beat them up, showed and proved. Melanie, the guy that's done came on, talked about the African people, the Yoruba people specifically, who had a revolt, right? So, but even 20 years before the time era he's talking about, and now he's talking about Africans did come and they had on loose trousers and the women had on skirts. Bro, what is you talking about, bro? Like, what is your argument here? And if it's a different argument from the original one, are you conceding to the original point so we can move forward for clarification or what, bro? Because I'm trying to follow along and you on some weird shit.
Yeah, they wasn't naked when they came over here. Yeah, they wasn't naked when they came over here, like it's showing in that picture. Like it say in all, like it say in all the books.
How much money do you want to? How much money do you want to bet? How much money do you want to bet right now? How much money do you want to bet that them people in that image that we showed earlier, indeed Africans digging from gold in that time period, and that they wore minimum clothing? What do you want to bet?
They didn't have no clothes in that picture,
bro. It's somebody painting a picture. We know for a fact
what they were saying, right?
We know for a fact about nakedness. So I'm trying to make sure, because you see this Igbo woman right here. You see these 3 Igbo women. They're naked.
No, they got clothes on. They got clothes on.
What is clothes? Where?
They got fabrics.
They're naked.
They got
their titties is out.
They got fabrics.
Bro.
You don't see no patterns in that picture. Stop.
What?
You don't see no patterns in that picture that I show. You don't see no patterns or no fabric. Like
you don't need to see no goddamn. It's a goddamn painting.
Clothes, weird ass nigga.
The picture ain't even descriptive. It's not showing titties. It's not showing no dinglings. It's not showing none of that. False. No,
because it's males.
No, it's not. Working. Nigga, it don't matter if it's males or females. They're not showing anything of that nature. That is not the intent and purpose of the description. Why the fuck are you sitting? Bro, listen.
You say that's not. You say what? They
not let me help you real quick. Slow down.
You're trying to tell me that these niggas they got some motherfucking fabric on his neck. These niggas is not naked.
Read
fuck, nigga. Let's look at the picture, nigga. You ever talking about what some goddamn Billies is saying all the time,
That's your problem. You don't read.
Stop talking like the Billies.
Hey, how the fuck do you got a woman, bro, and you don't read, bro? You don't know.
Stop
you ain't
talking
even
like the Billies, nigga.
You don't know.
Nigga, you telling me that they naked?
Read.
They got clothes, nigga. They bitch got a towel on, nigga.
Read the screen. What you talking about? Read the screen.
Nigga, just crazy.
Read.
His spell's cool, man. That's
nah,
fine.
nigga, you read, nigga. You the reader.
All right. So yeah,
you can't read Vino. Vino, can you not read? Oh, see, damn.
You out of there. Nakedness and colonialism. This is peep real quick. Nakedness and colonialism is about the role of the unclothed bodies of indigenous peoples in the history of contact with Western culture and the emergence of concepts in all human societies. Bodily adornments of many kinds are a part of nonverbal communication, indicating social status, wealth, individuality. In climates which do not require clothing, indigenous adornments are more often body paint. Modifications such as tattoos, scarifications, jewelry, but serve the same social functions as clothing. Europeans made interpretations of indigenous nakedness based on their own culture and experiences. And they used their goddamn religion. So, in tropical regions of Africa, America, Asia, Oceania, responses encountered between indigenous and Western cultures varied and changed during centuries of colonization, but were generally based upon the assumption of Western people and cultures being more advanced. The effects of colonialism in contemporary non-Western societies outside of urban areas, some retain or seek to reestablish indigenous cultural practices that include traditional nakedness. While in the cities, residents have generally adopted Western concepts of modest dress, colonialism, and undressed. Colonialism is the domination of one culture by another, which has occurred throughout history and yada, yada, yada. The justifications of European expansion beginning in the 1500s is the context of religion and folklore that included beliefs in demons and half-human monsters. By the 18th century, Europeans thought was embracing ideas of social progress from primitive to agriculture to industrialization. Many Europeans justified colonization as spreading civilization rather than a conquest. Because clothing and the body adornments are such an important part of nonverbal communication, a relative lack of body covering was one of the first things explorers noticed when they encountered indigenous peoples of the tropics. From the beginning of the Columbus in the 15th century until the British India 19th century, Europeans were concerned about attributing meaning to the states of undress, which they did not see as natural state of humans. Being properly dressed in Western cultures was so full of meaning that they scanty dress or nudity of others needed an explanation, which was generally provided religion. One of the enduring stereotypes of non-Western others is naked savage based upon the belief that clothes, being the signifier of membership in a civilization. Did my internet kick off on y'all lad? No. You still hear me?
No, you hear, dog. Go ahead.
Right. Membership in civilized society, the lack of clothes represented the complete lack of culture. So what I wanted to try to get him to do was be more specific. He went to fucking Google some shit and it showed that they handed them fucking clothes. Bro, it don't even, that shit said in the 1500s, it ain't even being specific and you have no examples of anything. These motherfuckers was naked, half naked. I wouldn't even say completely naked, but half naked, working in a hot ass mine, bro. Who the fuck do you think is going down in the goddamn mine fully dressed? In the hot ass equatorial fucking South? Who? I'm saving one more because I really thought that you was going to come up here with some shit. And then I really wanted to you. And you sitting here talking about these people was this and that. No, the people in that image is Africans. It told us that the people was Africans.
Man, he said the primary is lying. You forgot. Oh, shit. Yeah, you forgot. Right? Come on, bro. He said the primary is lying, my guy. He one of them. That shit was just for sound bites, bro. You already know. Yo, that shit crazy, bro. Like you can't superimpose your own agenda on top of a primary. Come on, bro. Like that's denialism, that's agenda pushing, that's pseudo historical. Like, come on, bro. Come on. Shit wild, man. Got to be more careful. Ain't no way in hell I'm goddamn Gullah Geechee and I sound like a goddamn buckra. And I sound like a goddamn buckra. See, I couldn't even get that shit out. The fuck? The fuck you talking about, dog? This shit wild. Cause motherfuckers goddamn graduated high school and did some more shit. We got that shit crazy, bro. Don't get mad because got them motherfuckers got them dropped out in 5th grade like you. That shit trash. Y'all whole Abo crew be dropouts and junkies. Facts. That nigga bum as hell. No laptop having to have a goddamn GoFundMe for a laptop type niggas. DoorDashers and shit. Come on, man. Come on. I'm at work. 3 minutes later, I'm at the laptop now at the crib. What?
He ain't even, bro. He ain't got no job, bro.
I be trying to get in the benefit of the doubt, man. Even when I knew what he was gonna do, he still did it. He was like, I don't feel like it. We know the gameplay, we know the routine. You feel me?
What's gonna get these niggas, man?
And Kevin Possum.
You be trying to argue like you telling the truth or something. Like you just got the facts, bro. Like you handicapped as fuck, nigga.
Kevin Possum is arguing with a woman.
So they was naked before they got on the ship, and then they gave him a dress or something like that to put on the voyage. Okay, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, we talking about depictions too, but we just went over the whole art style. And if you would have kept reading, it would have talked about how goddamn Western Victorian goddamn style and shit like that. The naked you are is like a moral decay. You feel me? Which is how they viewed us, which can go back. Like, come on, man, this shit is too easy. Come on, which just further validate why they can do the whole slave trade shit.
You know,
like.
Look, bro.
We proved that the picture you hanging on to is Africans, and you got only thing you can say is the primary is lying, which to all smart people mean you dumb as fuck. Yeah, you 0-3. Yes, we're 3-0. You 0-3. Absolutely, absolutely.
Yo, that nigga psychologically is fucked up. We know you dropped out of high school, bro.
I don't think he went past junior high.
You admitted that. I don't know if being in jail fucked your mind up, bro, but I thought niggas went to jail and started reading shit.
I got a long list of goddamn revolutionary felons. I got a long list. That ain't no excuse. That is not no excuse. Motherfuckers goddamn go into some shit and goddamn come out smart than a motherfucker on some goddamn revolutionary shit. Not no COINTELPRO counter revolutionary goddamn none of the goddamn KK clan rhetoric he talking. I ain't know what the fuck he on. Long list. I get people like him and goddamn Lotus Flower Bomb and goddamn Root Word and shit. They wouldn't get no commissary. Them niggas trades I was taking and shit. That's a fact. Fuck out of here.
Crazy, bro.
Yeah, man. But check it, you got somebody arguing with somebody that's from Panama, like from there, and you trying to tell them about their own culture, and they done showed and proved history about their culture. You feel me? Like what? And that was just like on some easy bang bang type job. Like that was a one hit quarter. The shit could get real deep. Pause no diddy. Like as far as the history, you feel me? As far as the West African presence in these areas via the slave trade. Like what? Stop. He talking about Central America don't know shit about no goddamn Oklahoma. Ain't that some shit?
Hey, man, listen. You know what kind of hard drugs you on, bro? You on some hard.
That's that fat. I guarantee you, he on the fatty. All of them on that fatty shit.
Yo, Kevin, shut the bro. No man, I ain't gonna cuss you. I don't even give a fuck what you talking about.
Have you in a corner in the country? Yeah, okay. Sound good. You know what, Vino? I do more for the black folk where you from than you do when you from there. Ain't that a damn shame? Why ain't you acting for your people? If you really just got there, yeah, you the real Indian. Why you ain't outside? Why I'm outside more than you and I'm 300 miles away?
Why he ain't got? He ain't getting none of the money from that casino in Oklahoma. That big buck casino that's going down. Where he at on that? You know what I'm saying?
During COVID, they was giving out them stipends and jive. Them not stipends. What was it called? What's the specific word, man?
PPP?
The what?
PPP loans.
Nah, not that. That came after that. The everybody's getting their bread and shit, but the natives had their own separate. But anyway, he didn't get that bread that the natives was giving out during COVID. Where's his hospital shit at? Like, where's his card? Do he even got a license plate? I doubt it. I doubt it. Otto Freeman and Java did that museum. I guarantee I won't see your name on that list. Not name one of your ancestors, probably. And if they are, that mean they Freeman, they African descent. So is you another smoke signal or what?
He ain't even that, bro. He was just born there recently, bro. And they ain't always been there. That nigga from a whole other place.
He probably from Oklahoma City or some shit, bro.
Texas, and they just moved there. They moved up that motherfucker from Texas.
From Mississippi to Oklahoma type shit.
Yeah. Nigga caught a charge, he had to move. That's all this shit is.
The illest nigga in Nebraska.
Yo, that's crazy. That's wild. That's crazy. Yeah, that's that nigga, yo.
Snitching.
Definitely snitching.
Motherfucker got that secret. What the shit is? Tekashi 69 in.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Motherfucker got a whole. That's why he get that. That's where you get the Abo shit from. He got a whole other identity that was imposed upon him, and he just started going crazy with this shit mentally. That shit caused him to get a whole new fucking disorder.
Yeah, trash, bro.
He probably get a check. Nah, because then if he did, he at least have a laptop. Nah, he a junkie, so he smoke it up. Yeah, that makes sense. I rationalized that just now. Yeah. He a junkie. Get an SSI check. Who snitched? Yeah, man. I ain't gonna hold you, Sean. Let me go ahead and grab some food and whatnot, bro. Hey, good show. Good information, man. You done bodied them, bro. You know what I mean? I'll hop in the chat real quick, yo.
All right.
Already.
So yeah, man. So I know there was a lot to this show. There was a lot of information that was disseminated, and we went over a few things. Unfortunately, it kind of got a little wild, and as expected, when you're dealing with people who have psychological issues and problems, who don't denote word, who don't understand it. When people draw or paint in those times in the 1500s, and they're giving you their accounts, you have to constitute a magnificent amount of things at that time, and to dismiss their writings and say, nah, don't read that, focus on the picture. So focus on the picture because they gave African clothes during this time. Africans would have had on clothes. Do you not know how silly of an argument that is? To sit here to all of us and say the Africans would have had clothes on because they gave them clothes. They're doing mind work. I don't think no one gives a flying F if they had clothes on or not. Was the job done? Did it get done? That would have been the point of emphasis. So, man, I'm not listening to nobody, bro. You want to talk to me? Show me the evidence. You got a sound argument? Let's get to it. We had 84 people vote. I ain't even got 84 likes, I don't think. At least y'all motherfuckers voted. We'll say that. You might not hit the like button. We got 61. But you did vote. Definitely did that. Yeah, so it is what it is at this point. It is what it is at this point. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're never going to get a straight answer. We're not going to get the evidence. What we're going to get is more conjecture, denialism, and a reflection of lack of reading comprehension. They don't want to read. They want to show. They want to share pictures, right? They want to share pictures and then give their own commentary of those pictures. And like the comment in the chat from ZZZ, he said Jamaicans don't even call themselves Africans. I don't know where you got that from. I don't get where you got that from at all. Even if they don't call themselves Africans, hell, they think that they are linked to Haile Selassie. They Selassieites, the Rastas, them, and I'm bringing it over into Jamaica because some of them they get into all of that too. Jamaica's like crazy, like, come on, man, Rastas, it's crazy, but they have an identification with Africa for sure. The only people right now that's arguing are arguing from ignorance. We have yet, and I'm gonna say this again, we have yet to hear from a person with a sound argument. Every time we read their sources, there is a dilemma. Every time we read their sources, there is a dilemma. And that's not by design. It is the mere fact that they don't even fucking just study. Look at V-Note. Bro, go 10 a year. Go do something better with your life. Go do something better with your life, bro. They ain't, listen, Vasa can source up all he want to. They're not gonna read that. They don't care nothing about none of that. Straight up and down. They can give 2 F's about that. They don't care nothing about what we talking about, bro. When it come down to reading, no. They ain't dealing with none of that. So we started with the debate: are Black Americans, Native Americans, or descendants of enslaved Africans? And from Mike TV's argument, he did not, and I didn't want to make people's minds up for them, but he did not argue that point well. And in his first round, which is what we went over, after properly critiquing his information, his sources was making descriptions between two different groups of people, not establishing one dominance over the other. And the whole skin argument can't be used because ultimately culture is reign supreme. So show us your native culture. Do you have that? Can you provide us with that? No, you can't. You can't do any of the things that you think that you can do. You're a facade. You're fake, phony. I hate to say it like that, but it is what it is. This fool says skin is a description. They used a description to separate. Culture reign supreme. When they gave a description, they said they were brown like the Africans, Negroes, specifically in their encounter. But they said their hair was straight. They wore shit in their nose and shit in their ears. They had these little tattoos and they painted themselves. They come in different shades. There's a reason for that. So you can't just make the whole black argument. You can't. You can try, which you've been trying to do all day. But you're going to sit here and tell a primary source now, you said a primary source is lying. That was the end all be all for me. The moment that you insinuated that a primary source is lying, the conversation is done with, bro. There ain't shit else to talk about. Man, shit's over. Shit's over. It's over for you, bro. Have a good day, bro. We ain't even trying to entertain your bullshit no more, bro. Primary sources, bro. Do you not understand the validity of a primary source? A primary source is not going to lie. What are you talking about? It wouldn't be a primary source if it was lying. God damn, man. Y'all don't fucking know how this shit go, man. We got to go back to grade 6th grade, bro. They talk about this shit in 6th, 7th grade. You finna sit here in the chat and say a primary source can't lie? No, fool. It wouldn't be a primary. It wouldn't be a primary account. Damn, man. How hard is that? A primary is not going to lie, bro. That's not a primary. A secondary or tertiary source would misrepresent the primary. That's where you see it come in as a misrepresentation of something. When other people that had the primary, but they try to interpret it on their own merit and misinterpreted the primary. It wouldn't be a primary if it was presented and misinterpreted. God damn. Listen to this dude. This dude, listen to me, bro, real quick. Do you know what a primary source is? Let me pull it up for you, bro. We ain't talking about no testimony. We ain't talking a testimony. Anybody can lie in a fucking testimony, bro. Anybody. I mean, like, what the fuck, bro? This is how I know that you don't know what a primary source is. I was trying to wrap up, man, but you don't even know how to Primary sources. These sources are records of events or evidence as they are first described or actually without any interpretation or comment. So the minute that Vino tried to provide his own interpretation or commentary on the primary, he was lying. He was wrong. A primary source is records of not people talking, but records of events or evidence described that actually happened without interpretation or commentary. So when you bring up those people, the primary evidence would be it's that transpired to the Park 5, bro. The evidence would be the primary that proved that this shit happened to the Park 5. It is information that is shown for the first time or original materials on which other research is based. Primary sources display original thinking, report on new discoveries, or share refreshed information. Example, thesis, dissertation, scholarly journals, etc. Why are we having to walk backwards? God damn, bro. Fuck out of here with that. You just use that shit wrong, ZZZ. You just use it wrong. Again, you have a record of people talking. Anyone can say anything on a recorded line, bro. That's not primary. That's not. It's evidence. For instance, the people that survived 9/11, the people that were in the building specifically, I was working, right? They tell you a story about what happened and how they got out of the building. That is not what you're taking into consideration. It is the evidence in the story that substantiates the story. When the first plane hit, there was a big rumbling of the building. Next thing you know, we were having to rush out. It happened so fast. Then the building began to crumble. When we got on the main road, some of us didn't survive getting out of the building. Others did, but there was a 5-mile radius of dust in the air. So you take the things in the story that you have the evidence for to substantiate the validity of the story. That would be the primary evidence. What they're saying is hearsay. In their hearsay, if there's evidence in their hearsay, that is substantiated through evidence. So, do we have evidence of the shaking after the first hit or the second hit? Do we have evidence of the building crumbling? We have the evidence. Out the smoke, do we have evidence? Yes, we have those things. These are things that can be supported in the story that was just told. Now, if we turned around and said we had people jumping from 200 floors, sliding down a building and landed on their feet, we ain't got no goddamn evidence for that. That ain't evidence no more. That's some bullshit. On that note, y'all better learn how to research. Better learn how to research before you come over here talking. Straight up and down. Mike TV, you did a horrible first round, bro. I'm debating if I should continue this. Your own sources refuted you. It's pathetic. And you so anti-African, just like them ignorant people in the chat. And that support you.
What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi warrior clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi warrior clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.